Last time on Metanoia Blues, the crew of the Ephemeral Chaos had set sail from Greentarn, heading for the Convocation of Princes, a great meeting of every pirate who would stake claim to the Lazar Seas. There, they plan to meet with Captain Meraldine Frostroot, who has been selling secrets to a rival prince, and negotiate a deal with her to maybe give up her treachery in favor for a priceless treasure that they possess. A map that shows safe passage to the dangerous island of Trebaz Sanara, the rumored resting place of Prince Lazar, the ancient queen of pirates for whom these seas are named. It is the 13th of Larvion, the middle of summer, and the Ephemeral Chaos is not far now from the Convocation waters. They have just spotted a passing ship of the Coldtide Principality, heading in the same direction. In only a matter of hours, you will likely be able to see the convergence of hundreds of ships upon the horizon. And tomorrow, you have your scheduled meeting with Captain Frostroot. What would you like to do?
Well, first things first, I would like to point out that Mr. Willow Jenkins, Shifter Artificer and Starfish Wanderer, recently got a tattoo and might need some skincare assistance. So,
Wow.
makes
Shoot your
grabby
shot.
hands.
Busting open with that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say that looking over the edge to watch Luca almost freaking dunk himself in the ocean to lose my spyglass.
Not almost.
He did.
Fully
Oh, he
did.
did?
He jumped
Oh,
in. He
he-
fully
sorry,
jumped
He
in.
jumped in.
We had to throw
Pardon me, I meant almost lost my spyglass, not almost
Ah.
dunked in the ocean. My bad.
the more
Completely
important
dunked in the ocean.
Fully dunked.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to see Willow walk back in with the kind of like... They're rubbing their back from the like friction. They would like to go deal with that. Probably themselves, but I mean...
I need to come in and get myself dry, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're sharing the bathroom, I guess.
Ooh, we're sharing the bathroom.
No, don't say it like
Not
that.
like that.
No,
It's
we're going to
Willow's...
follow them in.
No. I feel like Willow's got the door open and is just looking at their back in a mirror. Trying to look at it. They're thinking of logistics. How am I going to do this?
Would you like me to draw a picture of what it looks like for you?
Oh, actually, I think Willow hasn't taken off the... Hey, you guys haven't seen it yet!
No?
Nope.
No.
Oh. What's Luca asking for a picture of what it is?
No, Luca is asking if he needs to draw a picture for you of what it is.
Because you're trying to look at it, but you can't see your back.
I can, it's got a mirror. It's probably got a bandage over it. Not a bandage, but like something.
Yeah,
To prevent it from chafing on my shirt. I'm sorry, does Luca even tolerate walking past when Willow's got their shirt half off?
They have their shirt off. Yeah, okay. No, he just stands there. He's like, what do I do?
Walks downstairs, freezes.
Yeah, towel in hand, halfway to his hair.
Willow will leave. Oh, sorry, you probably need this more than I do.
No, you've got the makes a hand situation.
Mm.
I can just dry myself off out here. You can.
Please don't dry yourself off out here. Go in there.
I can get dry anywhere. That's the benefit of being.
And Willow's gonna... Sorry, Willow's walking away from you. Check upstairs, see if N's there.
En's probably upstairs a bit and come down with Luca because like he can handle drying himself off. He doesn't need my help. But
He's a
Willow's
big
going
boy.
to-
yeah.
Willow's probably gonna gesture to N to pop down, if they don't mind.
Oh yeah, sure.
Luca's busy. So...
Yeah.
Let's shake yet.
Luca is presently dunking his whole entire face in the sink.
Oh my god. Yeah, Willow's probably gonna go sit on the like edge of the couch and ask N if they can take off the bandage on their back.
Oh.
The dressing rather.
Yeah. Sure.
if you wouldn't mind.
Just take it off.
I'm gonna quickly Google traditional tattoo care to see what they
It doesn't. Look, it's fiction. It's fine.
traditional magic tattoo care. I'm sure we'll find something.
Oh.
Actually, wait. So part of the issue with tattoo healing is that you've just made a giant wound on your back. Could I not use healing magic to aid in the healing process and make it quicker?
Yes,
that
but Willow
diminish
has
the-
likely already done that.
That's true.
I imagine
it's
it
just like
needs,
a little bit tender.
Yeah,
It's like a
bendy.
little bruisey.
I don't know if you can. I'm pretty sure you can add some kind of like salve, even
Yeah.
to a traditional tattoo, or if it's not, then
Yeah.
look.
It is a
my people used to
traditional
just run
tattoo.
into the ocean and let the
Yeah.
seawater deal with it. Right? I'm sure coconut oil comes in here somewhere.
We've all got our methods.
I'll tell you when I get one myself. But like, yeah, I think Willow's going to ask N to just remove the dressing and maybe kind of like apply salve, let's say, that exists, right, Zeke?
Yeah.
Magical soothing salve.
Yeah. It's
can't believe
it's
you're
like,
letting
you
someone
know,
else do
putting
this.
aloe
Right.
on after you've been out in the sun for a little bit.
Look,
Yeah,
you win an
it's
eye
a
shot
bomb.
if you want to observe.
Well,
You're busy.
I brought it up. I feel like I should get to touch Willow.
This is exactly
My
why
God.
I'm doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just
It was like, I
froze
think
up.
you're
and-
developing a complex about this. I'm going to go ask N.
just froze in the hallway. So, yeah, and we'll gingerly
Shut up.
remove the
Yeah, how
gauze.
else are you supposed to get to the tattoo? Idiot.
Willow saw you have a Catholic panic when you saw their shirt half off and was like, fine, I'll
Not
ask N.
even Catholic.
Yeah, yet somehow the Catholicism haunts you.
How do you got Catholic guilt when there's no Catholics in this universe?
Oh, you know.
I mean, there's a cope. That counts, right?
You're not of that religion.
You're a different religion. Does it even make sense within the context of the universe more? But yes, and will gingerly remove the gauze and apply the salve as directed. They probably pause for a moment, and it's a notable pause of observing the tattoo a bit, just because N likes tattoos and they want to observe
Yes.
it.
And there's also
Lucas
many of
slides
them.
up into
Yeah.
the frame, looking as well. Still wet. But he wants to look too.
How are you not dry yet? Just drip, plip, plip.
Because he
behind
just
me.
shoved his face into the sink for a second dose of water damage.
Oh, right. Fresh water this time.
Yes. Yeah, but
Yeah, you guys can see all my tats.
You
Okay.
want to describe them?
yeah.
Sure. As aforementioned, they are all geometrical shapes. They're kind of like blueprints intersecting with just sort of patterns and shapes, and also diagrams of what looks like locations. You can sort of pick out the shape of what looks like just a room, a small room that's kind of nondescript, but there are tools in diagram form around them, like line art, line drawing. And then on that's on Willow's left shoulder blade, and on their right arm and onto their shoulder blade is what looks like a big old ship with, you can sort of pick apart, a sword shape sort of integrated into the ship, and a crossbow shape integrated into the bow. And on the arms is just kind of like assortments of what looks like clockwork almost, the inside of a clock. And that's what you guys would have seen prior, is the kind of like patterns, nondescript patterns at a distance, but when you look closer, it looks like gears and
If
like
either
that.
of you would like to make an intelligence check to decipher,
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean. You choose the one that I suck at.
You don't know.
look,
you might roll well.
Never know.
No, I won't.
You might have faith. See?
No, I won't.
Could be worse.
well, Luca, you're looking at the
Damn
ship
hates
pattern.
me.
It doesn't look like a traditional ship to you, but you can't place what it is, and you pick out more readily. This isn't a seafaring ship. This is an airship.
Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Or at least recognize the chaos.
Yeah,
I'm
do.
not stupid.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Willow hasn't seen. Well, no, Willow might have looked at it in a mirror by now. But what did Bruno do? Because Willow gave him free reign to tattoo the shape of the ephemeral chaos right smack bang in the middle. between their shoulder
Yes.
blades, sort of going up the neck slightly. But then they
Yes.
also gave him free reign, other than the flat plan.
Mhm.
Flat plan is not the word I'm looking for. That's a magazine word.
Floor plan.
Floor plan, other than the floor plan of the ephemeral chaos, and it's kind of like all 3 levels smushed into one. Not really 3, but yeah. Other than that, Willow also gave space for Bruno to embellish.
Yes. I think there's definitely like echoes of his own tattoos, like in the style of Green Tarn in there.
Yeah.
So
Which,
some swirls, some little birds and so on.
yeah, which N absolutely recognizes because back in the previous season, N did a check on Bruno's tattoos, so did observe them quite closely. So, and we'll pick up on that.
It's really weird though. And why do they have a tattoo of our face on their back? It's just a big picture of us.
Yeah, Bruno really
It
caught
looks
our
really
likeness,
good,
huh?
but
Yeah.
yeah.
You're so handsome.
So you
Yeah, but I think as N is applying the salve onto the tattoo, Willow does feel their finger trace, like at least one peak of the chaos shape there, in the way that they kind of drew Willow's tattoos on the tabletop long ago with their finger.
By Jove, you did do that, didn't you?
Yep.
wow.
Wow.
We don't
And
linger
I
on
can't
it.
even look at them.
Luca, I hope you poke it. No, you'd know, right? You would know not to be. What's that? And jab your
Luca would
finger
not
out, right?
touch an open wound, no.
Luca is our doctor, so I sure hope so. Unless we have
Might
more
poke
problems.
the other ones though. Like the white sword, bow and arrow,
Crossbow.
crossbow. Fish dog.
I think Willow shoulders you off from pointing out the details of that one.
Mhm.
And they'll make an effort to, like, pretty much, I think once Luca starts looking at the other one a bit too closely, kind of, like, begin to lower their shirt and say, thank you.
No problem.
Did it hurt?
It's a tattoo, of course it hurts.
Well, I don't have one, so I don't know.
We should rectify that.
And then when we get on land, we all get tattoos. Is that the plan?
We could do it here, if you trust my handiwork. Willow says with a big smile.
You have an
Well, you could
example?
do schematics, but I don't know if I'm allowed. So
Where's your portfolio?
Willow gestures to the boat. If I can make this, I'm sure I can do a tattoo.
mhm.
I'm not entirely sure the skills are transferable, but
N might be able to. Maybe you could get one from both of us.
I mean, I can
Willow
draw.
looks at N and shrugs. I'm sure you could draw with a needle.
Needle and yeah, I mean, what's canvas, right?
That's probably more likely.
Stretched
than-
out fabric.
Thank you, Luca.
Overhead, you hear Varys Greenleaf, your helmsman assigned by the High Prince himself, saying that he can see a couple more ships on the horizon.
Do you want to go have a look?
No.
Well, I'm gonna go have a look. Just gonna go hop up the stairs.
Willow seems a little hesitant.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I make a little cheeky check on the willow? Dinky check.
You can.
Insight or perception? Insight.
Inside.
Maybe. Yeah. That's a 20.
Wow. That's a 20 against
That's
a 2.
Yeah. Willow seems a bit antsy to go upstairs, and they are rubbing the arm that has the airship on it. Ooh.
He said ships, so
Can I confirm none of them are flying?
None of them are flying. They are regular sailing.
None of them are flying.
Oh my god, it ended.
Yeah.
Oh, Willow rolls her eyes, but like kind of laughs.
You're like a sledgehammer sometimes.
Willow will tap Luca on the arm and sort of head back up. While emerging onto the top deck, Willow will mention, Whisperers don't only have airships.
Yeah, but the main ones we're worried about do, right?
Sort of concerned about all of them.
They might have diversified.
I recall. Well, do you want to check
What,
the
maybe
flags,
like
or should
the-
I?
Water trains.
Willow...
Luca nods.
Willow's ignoring you. Willow's probably going to mention what we want to be looking for is a yellow flag with the personification of wind on it. And I think
Exactly.
they're going to slightly lean out the door and use their spyglass to check.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll just look with their eyes.
Does it still work? Despite the water? Are they made to withstand water?
It's glass.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
It's not a camera.
Wait, I am a doctor.
We just nope.
Oh.
I can't see shit at this distance. That's a nat one.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm
Yeah.
gonna look.
I got a 21 and got a nat
Yeah.
1. Are you dropping my spyglass in the ocean again?
I'm not using your
No.
spyglass, asshole.
Can you knock me? Sorry, Cozy.
Need to roll some d10s.
How many? Oh wait, are you rolling? Congratulations.
I also roll dice in this game.
I know. I forget sometimes.
That's what DM stands for. Dice Man.
Dice.
Dice man.
We have fun.
Yeah.
Did you tickle yourself with that?
I did, honestly. Because I was like, what does GM stand for? Geist Man.
Bad. Bad
Yeah.
jump.
Yep.
So, while you are looking at the ships, you see that one of them does indeed have the flag of the Wind Whisperers,
Of course.
but it is, well, first of all, it's very far away. And it is a sailing ship.
So it's probably like flying the flag the same way we are.
Okay.
Or it's one of the, it's either an associated vessel or one of the like captain's vessels under the prince.
He's calling himself a prince. That's a little pretentious.
Everyone's a prince. It's the principalities.
It's probably the most unpretentious place to call yourself a prince.
Yeah,
It's-
honestly.
This is literally the title.
It's the town of princes.
Princeton.
Mommy.
Oh no. Where's Carlton? Anyway, what? Okay, well, I mean, it's funny to mention it and be like, we're looking for a yellow flag with the personification of wind on it. Right there.
Like that one. That one right there.
I think Willow, looks through the spyglass and, halts, and then,
Yeah.
we'll probably lower it and gesture to end. That one, actually.
And then, take the spyglass and with Willow's direction,
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah.
After, getting blinded by the sun briefly while trying to.
Yeah.
And got rain in their eyes.
Yeah, I got rained in my face.
You got
and
a
that's-
full drop
Yeah, just-
right in your eye.
Right.
No, wait.
Which
Can
eye?
you
This
say-
is very important.
Question. Can it be when the sail catches a bit of rain, can it have dropped a big puddle on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So just and leans out immediately.
Anyway, you were saying, Willow?
I hand a drenched end the spyglass.
And like slicks their hair out of their face and puts the spyglass to their eye and finds it under Willow's direction.
Yes.
All right.
Is that one of the
You may
ones
now
you
make a
know?
perception check with advantage.
Yay.
If you would like to look at the other ship as well, because Willow
Sure.
looked at one of them and then just kind of went,
Well,
eh.
that's one problem out of the way. That's a nat 20!
Oh.
Hey.
Hey!
The other ship is really weird looking. Like, the flag it's flying looks like a swirling vortex of dark rainbow. Two, the ship itself looks like it was made out of the carcass of some big animal, like maybe a turtle or something. It's almost like carapace-like.
Oh, cool.
En is going to describe that to Willow and be like, do you know what that is?
Make a history check.
Willow.
Is it alive?
I'm looking. I rolled a 26 history.
Yeah, that would be one of the ships most likely of the Chaos Fleet.
Oh. What do I know about the Chaos Fleet?
Are
Well,
we part of that?
no.
No, absolutely not.
The Chaos Fleet is only nominally part of the principalities in the sense that they are only nominally part of the material plane. They are monstrous and otherworldly seafarers that dip in and out of the plane of chaos, Kithri,
Why?
because they can. These are like otherworldly beings. They're like
Oh.
demons and genies and other like powerful magical beings.
So a vessel of hotties is what I'm hearing.
A vessel of people wildly more powerful than you who only nominally care about the laws of the land or the seas.
Are they
In that way
nice?
that like gods don't, because they know. I think if you can travel between planes, it's like, what's your legal system to me? You know?
Yeah.
So like, question. I feel like Willow. Okay. I assume that they, like any pirates, would be dangerous to come across in an enemy sense, especially
Yes.
because they're wildly like. When you say outgunned with a chaos fleet, they are gunned with planar
Yeah,
magic
bullshit. Yes.
bullshit, rather. But is it rare to see them?
It is very rare to see them. It is interesting that they are attending this.
With that nat 20, can I see anything going on the decks of these ships?
Yeah, I would say it looks mostly like they're it's normal things. You might see like some interesting figures. Give me an Arcana check, N.
Okay.
See how much you can ID.
That's another nat
Oh my
20!
God.
Holy
Oh
crap.
my god. Okay. So you see some very interesting figures on there. Like obviously you have sort of the common monstrous humanoids like minotaurs or gnolls and stuff like that. But you think you also see like a Medusa in there and some other like unusual figures. It's quite a colorful and interesting thing. You think looking closer, what appears to be either the helmsman or the captain, certainly some figure that you can see is moving about confidently. Looks to be sort of a blue humanoid with a large turban and sort of like wisps of wind.
All right, guys, it's just my uncle.
At his feet.
Ooh.
That is most likely a genie.
Yes.
A djinn. So, a powerful air elemental.
Hmm.
Question. So this is very rare, would you say? Would you
Oh,
say
yeah,
this is probably one of my
exceptionally.
first times I've seen a Chaos Fleet?
Yes.
Ship?
This,
I think-
yes. Yeah, this,
think-
like,
Yeah.
they are more of a legend, really, than a reality.
I think Willow's going to sort of like step out into the rain and sort of like approach, and has the spyglass so they can kind of approach to look and sort of take in the moment and be like, amazing. You should soak this in. This is very rare.
Definitely not a crew you want to tango with. I think I can see it.
They might be nice.
Medusa. Regardless of where they stand on the moral scale of nice to evil, tango can mean quite many things.
Tango.
We can fight anyone if we get on the wrong side, regardless of where they stand.
Oh,
They might not attack us, but we don't want to piss them off.
yeah, I don't want to piss anyone off.
Same goes for all pirates, I'd say. Willow's going to themselves kind of have that look of like, what's Ryga doing? Like did Ryga call this convocation?
Yeah.
Or is this a prince thing?
Ryger called it.
Would they have been invited, or are they just showing up?
It's an open invitation.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's mad. Like, that's crazy. It's very curious within the context of being post-war. It's new. I think you can tell Willow's excited, so excited that
Yeah, I
kind
was
of like
just gonna say,
Yeah.
have
they're
they
not kind
kind
of
of
bothered
like,
by the rain.
or
And
the whisperers of the wind?
Yeah, can
yeah,
I
I think
also look at that one and just check the deck for that? See if there's anything, I don't know, like a dragon mark.
Yeah.
I know I can't see it from here, that's a joke. But yeah.
yeah.
Just try to maybe get a
I
read
mean,
on what kind of
If
ship it
it's
is.
large and imposing, you might be able to see a glimmer of it, you know?
I will say, once again, these are ships on the horizon.
Yeah.
They are
Yeah.
quite far away, like to the point
Like
where
50 meters. I'm kidding.
to the point where, like, sometimes the swell of the ocean literally obscures half the ship from view, and you mostly see the sails.
That's charming.
I think quick question. Oh, not quick question. Quick thing. Willow's going to wave at Varys and like point it out and see if he can. Like they're mouthing Chaos Fleet to him.
Varys does a little like, oh, eyebrow raise. Yeah. Rom, do you want to make another perception check for the Wind Whisper ship?
I'll give it a shot. 18.
My God, Anne.
Get that nat one out of the way.
Yeah.
I'm woken up by the
Can't
soak.
Really, you can't super make out. It looks to be like it is not an elemental galleon, you know that much, but it does look to have sort of a little bit of magic imbued into it in a significant way.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well,
And I think if Willow hands you back the spyglass, you would be able to tell that with an 18, you would be able to make out the name of the ship as the Zephyr.
yeah, and we'll relay that as well. The magical element in
Yeah.
the name.
Oh, I think Willow was very giddy. Probably like looking at the Chaos Fleet, came back to give you the spyglass to be like, you look again, and then like now that you've relayed about the Wind Whispers, they've kind of remembered themselves. They should be running around the deck of their boat, probably. And I think with a sort of nod of thanks, they'll duck back inside.
Yep.
Looking a bit meh, soggy. Luca, please do look at the Chaos Fleet. Like Willow's
Yeah.
being like, we're witnessing history. I'm not allowed to
Oh, I
witness
did.
it.
I saw it when you saw it, but maybe not in
No,
as
like,
much
if you
detail.
wanted to
But I
spy
did.
honestly.
Yeah, and we'll
Yeah.
hand off the spyglass to Luca to have a look.
Oh, dang.
Wow.
Hold fast. As they say.
Looks at N through the spyglass. Wow.
And redirects it.
Can you make a? Oh, I still am wondering if there was anything to perceive about N after their dream. I'd laugh if you perceive them and you're like, wait a minute, I can see extra magic. Are there eyeballs in your face? Sorry.
Yes,
Sorry.
two of them.
Yeah, right where they're
what I
supposed
mean.
to be.
Thank
You know what?
goodness.
Yes, I will make my daily perception insight check on N.
The
The
spyglass.
spyglass.
Yep. That's my.
Make it
that's
with
my in.
disadvantage.
Oh, there's one. Dang.
So an 8.
Yeah, so
You see N's hand reaching towards you as they redirect the spyglass.
Yeah.
Over there.
It's over there.
If you've ever tried to look at something close up with binoculars,
Oh, yeah, no.
it's not good.
I know. It's not great.
Sure saw
Pretty
the
bad.
intricacies of my skin condition, thank you.
It's not even that. It's just like, this is...
Yeah.
I can't see anything, really.
Oh no, I dropped the spyglass in the ocean again.
No, you didn't.
Not. Willow's. I'm so sorry. Willow's standing inside, looking a little bit. I don't want to say broody, but like they're not looking out at the window.
Yeah.
Probably looking back at their table.
Yeah.
Back to the window. This is salt in the wound. Hey, so exciting! Historic moment. Can't observe it because I'll get stabbed.
I think
Nice.
Varys sort of gives you you alright?
Yep. That captain of yours is up to something very special, I think. Sorry, former captain.
Don't I know it?
I need to tell the crew about the crew.
Luke will
That's the
come
next.
in and ask about like the like setup of the convocation, like do we all stand in ships and yell at each other, kind of thing.
I think we said last round that we don't actually know. None of us have
Oh.
been to one except for Varys.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask Varys.
Yeah, I think Luca will just try to make a conversation that might be more enjoyable for Willow. So
Interesting choice. This what time of day is it? Is it like a nap
It's
time
like
part of the
late
day, or is
morning.
it like
Still.
get to work part of the day?
damn,
We picked up right where we left off.
yeah.
Is
I had the last watch. I was up at dawn. I'm just wondering if Willow can.
Yeah,
Peel
Willow
off
can try to take a nap if they like.
Maybe.
I think N's going to try and tuck somewhere where it's not raining and
Mhm.
just make an attempt at sketching the chaos ship from what they observed with their nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just quickly try and jot it down.
There's a
Yeah.
little. I imagine the front of the boat where the window is, where Varys looks, is like a little awning section. Willow and
Mhm.
Luca sat under the back awning part where when he gave me the lantern.
Mhm.
But I imagine N could sit at the front, like on a barrel or something, and stay out of the
Yeah.
rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they're
And
going
they've
to
got
do.
the spyglass. So
Yeah, they're going to try to note that down with a sketch
Mm.
while they can.
Yeah. So, Luca, are you asking Varys about like what the setup of the convocation is?
is Willow here?
I've got my back face to you guys, I think, but I'm
Okay.
sort of like sorting through. I'm probably just clearing, idly clearing.
Mm-hmm.
Then yes.
Well, the last time we were all there, That was a while ago. But I believe the setup in general is rafts and so on. We meet out on the sandbars and such.
Sandbar.
Bit of sand that emerges from the ocean. Shallow waters.
Big rafts? Or just one per ship?
Very large rafts, and many of them. Practically floating docks.
So we can get out and mingle.
Mm-hmm. Quite rightly. Most likely the floating market will be here as well.
Luca ticks his head slightly. There's a market?
That's what it's called. It's somewhat of a fleet of its own. Oh, not in the traditional sense. You'll know it when you see it. But yes, there's certainly many venues, let's say, upon that.
Food?
Oh, most certainly.
Did you see the spooky ship?
The Chaos Fleet ship, yes. Didn't get that good of a look at it, but most likely when we arrive, we'll have plenty of time to see things a little closer.
I think Willow's going to dip from this conversation with like a yawn. Probably going to mention, would anyone miss me if I had a little nap? Dawn shift has left me with a headache.
We'll rouse you when we need you.
Hands.
Willow's going to excuse themselves then.
Okay. And Luca, any...
Yeah.
Yes, what can you tell me about the whispers?
What?
Are you
Ask
asking
Varys.
Varys?
Yes!
What? Really?
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were kidding. Okay.
Making my pen and paper.
Probably not more than Willow can. I mean, their principality on the north. In Orthus, largely Mark of Storm and Mark of Detection foundlings. Mostly Khorvaire, half-elves like myself. Some humans, some elves, some others in there, but I don't know. What would you like to know?
Luke gives him a face.
What's that supposed to be?
Well, what I can't ask a Willow.
Have you actually asked them?
Waves hand slightly.
Recently.
5 days ago.
What did you actually ask them?
Probably best not to focus on that.
Varys raises an eyebrow and gives you a very flat look.
What do you know of the prince? From a perspective of just a random pirate.
Prince Coulton Brightwind made his name by stealing not one but 2 airships from under Lyrander himself.
And that's a big deal.
It's the biggest deal you could imagine. He's quite young for a prince as well. Probably around your age. I wouldn't know exactly that much, but from what I've heard, he's He ascended to power quite quickly. He's managed to maintain it since, though I heard there were a few rough years around the time of the mourning, but that is perhaps not so surprising.
It'd be hard to find someone who didn't have rough years around the morning, I'm supposing.
It's hard to say. That being said, though, he's got quite the reputation.
Luca gives an interested expression. Like, what kind of reputation?
Perhaps it's better if you hear it from Willow.
Fair enough. What have you heard about the High Prince?
Come on with you, Luca.
That quartermaster should probably start making lunch.
Best go tell him.
Luca toddles away to the other side of the room.
Yeah. Like part of the agreement of living on a ship is that when you have disengaged from a conversation, you respect that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I do a perception check to see if I overheard anything that you guys were talking about? Because we have a little voice thingy going from the helm to the downstairs.
What can we roll to speak in whispers?
I feel like you guys would naturally speak in whispery, but
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I think this would just be a perception check, and I can set the DC.
can we not do like a stealth check? Like
I
pretend
think
to
you
be
do
stealthy?
hear the majority of it.
okay.
It's
Quilla's
like
going-
it dips in and out. You can tell that they're talking privately.
Yeah. Whoops. It's one of those things I'm like, I've been eavesdropping, I didn't mean to. I also don't want to. I'm going to put a pillow over my head and try and sleep harder.
Mm-hmm. And you up to anything in specific?
And was low-key listening to that conversation, but drawing
Oh.
in the meantime, just
Mhm.
because they were nearby.
Yeah.
So they overheard it.
Makes sense.
But otherwise, they're just gonna try and get a solid sketch of the Chaos ship done while it's still fresh in their memory and like still referenceable, kind of, with the spyglass and the ocean. I imagine it's kind of shrinking away, so it's sparse, but they're doing a preliminary kind of sketch of what they saw. Well, they said it's making history, so and we'll record it.
Thank you. En's the friend that takes photos of the event when you're too sad. Go to it. And
Yeah, no, that's what's N. That is what N is doing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Luca will make lunch. Take it slow so that Willow has time to rest.
Hey, Willow, can you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
why?
You know why.
Okay. Yeah, I do know why.
Is it because I'm a bad friend?
No.
Oh, okay.
Let's say yes, so you stop talking. Wisdom save.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Nice.
Not bad.
Okay. You can feel your mind scraping at the edges of stress and deliberately make yourself do the equivalent of counting sheep for you, which is doing complicated equations and calculations for arcane routines. You literally like go through your spell list and like sort of lay out the arcane formula of each one as a way to relax yourself and get your mind off the stress that is incoming.
Awesome. Willow naps like a factory reset. Have you tried turning it off and on again? That's how Willow goes, like, sleeps.
Honestly, it works though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Fish Dog is still up with you guys.
Can I like send it down?
I don't think so. I think Willow's positioned it, like, just to chill out there.
Just as a question, not going to try it, but what would happen if Luca picked it up, took it downstairs?
It
Would
would
it
go back
stay
to
downstairs?
its post.
Okay, yeah.
And like using it to prop their notebook.
Okay,
It has a
so I
bowl
can have
of
a nap.
lettuce on top of it.
Yes, you successfully take a nap.
Cool.
Is Fish Dog waterproof?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like spyglasses.
Shut up. It has electric on the inside. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. There's really more danger for the fish around it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I care about them.
Yeah. So can I have a proper nap? Because I have stuff to do when I wake up.
Yeah.
Okay, whew, I had a nap.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, out of context, I'm sure that sounds like such a low bar, but considering the stress dreams, the end nightmare last time, and like Luca's trauma dreams, I'm happy to have a...
We have a track record, let's say.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, I avoided
You
it. And
succeeded
honestly,
you succeeded your wisdom saving throw. You're good.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. I think Willow's going to, though, wake up feeling a little more refreshed, and they're going to sit behind their workshop table and do some writing that they've been avoiding properly, like finishing it off. I'm sure they had a list beginning to be made, but now they're finally capping it off, and they know that they're going to have a conversation tonight with the others. We can't keep avoiding this,
Subject.
basically. Yeah, the fact that Luca's asking Varys is a bad sign, and Willow can't even take offense to it because it's like he's asking because Willow hasn't given them info that they promised.
Well, no, he's asking because he doesn't want to upset Willow by bringing it up.
That's what I mean, though. That's not conducive to survival or anyone. Like, it's not smart at all. So Willow's going to have to buck up and put it together.
Okay.
What? No, Willow's not in a... Stop take... Okay, I'm holding Luca's head. Idiot sandwich style. Listen.
It's not even Luca's head, it's Sarah's head.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. It's not Luca's fault. Willow is putting it on themselves to give you guys information so that you don't have to ask third-party sources. Because that was the problem of the entire season 1, is I never told you guys anything. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was me clapping your cheeks.
My idiot sandwich.
Face cheeks. Yeah. Anyway, Willow's writing, and I think it's time to have a talk.
Oh my god, I love talks. Let's go.
Of course you do.
Lunch is ready.
I think, yeah. Yeah, Willow will go up and have lunch. Oh my god.
Actually, Luca would come down and check on them to see if they're still asleep, because I assume they weren't making much noise. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Willow will close their book and join you guys upstairs and have some lunch.
Yeah.
Best to do this on a full stomach.
And we'll show off their sketch of the Chaos ship.
Yeah, it's really
Oh.
it's quite good for what you were able to see.
Nat 20
You've picked up
sketch.
Yep. You've picked up some of the key interesting details, like the sort of segmented, like halfway crustacean insectoid carapace likeness of the shape of the hull and everything.
do you think
Man.
it was an actual skeleton, or are they just doing that to look pretty?
Considering the people aboard, I wouldn't put it past them that that's the real deal.
You did say pirates have a flair for the dramatic, so this could just be an interesting design choice, right?
These are some very interesting pirates.
Yeah,
Willow takes
matches the brand.
Willow takes the drawing and looks at it and does like a double take of like, how did you see all of that? They're so impressed.
And does a big toothy grin.
And
put
is
this in
very
the
good
captain's
at observing. Absolutely.
You should put that in the captain's log.
That's the
That's what I was
idea.
just asking.
Yeah.
Oh, Sorry.
I think Anne also made notes of like the crew they saw. So like the Medusa
Yeah.
and the genie, probably helmsman. It's like helmsman
Yeah.
question mark. Yeah, stuff like that as well.
Okay, Willow's like kind of. You see a little bit of the return of that giddiness of like, oh my god, this is so cool. And then they like open the captain's log and like place it on one of the pages. Early on in the book, it had already drawn like pictures and like descriptions of the journey that we'd had for the past few months. So this is like slotting in nicely into that section, which I think is like its own section, separate from the log part that Willow keeps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Separate
Okay.
further from the crew notes, separate further from the note notes.
This is a mildly stupid question, but the book is like weatherproof. Does putting a piece of paper in the book then help shield the piece of paper? Like, because if the water can't get through like the side of the book, that means that any piece of paper inside the book that is not sticking out would then sort of be weather protected by being in a weatherproof container. So it's like a Tupperware for the piece of paper inside the book, right?
I mean,
I just call my captain's log a Tupperware.
I'd reckon
Yeah, I
so.
I'd imagine so.
Sure.
Look, it's going to be safer in there than if I left it out. I'm sure.
I assumed it was in Anne's journal and you just ripped it out, so that was pretty funny to me.
And would have put it on a loose leaf page because
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is what the intention was.
Right.
Willow wants to frame some of N's drawings, the standalone ones, especially like this one and the salvage one, but we can make frames later. I've got carpenter tools. I'm sure I can figure it out.
Yeah, we'll
But
have
anyway.
days with nothing to do.
I think
Hopefully.
from Willow placing it, yeah, well, who knows, huh? From when Willow places it in their book, you see them kind of turn over a few pages to something that they have just written and bookmarked and like drum their hands on the page. They're looking around now. Are you guys like in a mood to listen? Do you guys seem in a listening mood?
Yep, I think Anne's just having
They
like
talk.
post-lunch tea now and peering over at Willow's when they notice that Willow's like, looks like they have something to say. Kind of like that, yeah, I'm listening kind of stare.
Is Varys at the table too?
Just gonna ask that as well.
Oof. It's okay. I rolled an 18 wisdom save and I'm not, I am stressed, but I'm tolerably stressed. We're okay.
I am Willow Jenkins and I am fine.
You are coping.
Oh, you were fine.
I'm fine. I'm coping. Okay. It's raining outside, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Mood music. Okay. Actually, yeah, Willow might switch on some low-key music. You know what? I always have music playing on my boat, actually, even if it's low-key. My little gramophone. Anyway. Willow's going to mention, so I believe Anne requested some insights about my former crew.
I did.
Well, Willow opens to a page and you can see that they've written a bunch of notes.
And bounces their brows, honestly, a bit more than they expected.
It's Willow. Okay, sorry, Willow's like hesitant, but they will say, considering how close we are to the convocation and the reality of whispers on the horizon, seems only fair to equip everybody with knowledge of who may know me. Though I should probably start with the facts. I am a traitor to the Wind Whisperers, technically speaking. I believe I was wanted for it. Ryga suggested that I had a poster. Though now I suspect that they believe me dead, and for the coming convocation, it's probably best that it stays that way. Much as it pains me to keep hiding, we have been granted immunity from the High Prince. So, best not to waste it. And I suppose I'm talking around the point. Willow will gesture, tap on their book again. So, the crew that may recognize me or pose a problem, you should know that before the Storm Chaser was the Kraken Slayer, who was a smaller group, and I knew that crew more personally. By the time we seized the Storm Chaser, most of the crew stayed back on the Kraken Slayer. And everything moved so quickly on the Storm Chaser that I cannot give you the names and identities of most of the people there. Well, except for the one that I saw while scrying, the half-elf, the helmsman, dark-skinned, sort of stern-looking, serious-looking, I'd say. But that could be anybody. Yes.
And nods.
Right?
Very.
Good to know.
He's an elf. This is an half.
Cool. Done.
Yeah, I guess so. Also, Varys, that's the first time Varys probably heard about the scrying, is it? I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's sort of like,
And like
Buried the lead on that.
and like I had to put it together too, like, oh, that's what you were doing way back when we were
Yeah, you never actually told us
Yeah, you-
either, so
Yeah.
So no.
yeah.
Oh, true, because I've been hiding that I was looking at the Storm Chaser.
Yeah, but En's quick on the uptake, so En's like, that's what you were doing way back when we
I
were
think,
addressing a hag.
I think Varys has a brief sort of glance at En or Luca of like, the what?
I'm gonna make an intelligence check to see if I can figure out that was that. Can I?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't explain it.
Oh,
Hey,
I did
yeah.
it right.
Clicks into place.
Yeah, and En will
Yeah.
say as it clicks into place, Willow used a crystal ball months ago.
While we were visiting a hag. Nods.
The hag.
You know the one.
Varys has like a sort of like eyes widening of like, oh. Wow.
just so everyone knows, we had to go and deal with a hag to save Varys's life. That's the short of it. This is that very hag. And during that time, Willow used a crystal ball much above their skill level to scry on the Storm Chaser ship.
And they were very successful.
They
Much
were.
to the hag's
Yeah.
chagrin.
Yeah, the hag was not happy about that, but we got away unscathed.
Was it a level 5 spell?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was magnitudes above your skill level. You were level 2 at the time.
Yeah. It was such a win. And the thing that I saw there was lots of unfamiliar faces and someone behind the helm that I didn't recognize. So clearly new people.
Anyway, continue.
I think
Oh yeah. No, I love stalling because it gives me time to muster up Willow's strength.
you're doing great.
Please don't say that out loud. Willow will close the book.
No,
and sleep.
no.
Okay. Okay, so now Willow will say, but Storm Chaser aside, or rather Storm Chaser included, let me go through the list. I'm going to describe the crew that I suspect might recognize me or pose some kind of threat. I suppose I'll start from the least threatening, in my opinion. This is going to be a significant list. Let me know if you want me to pause or anything like that. I was looking at you all like, someone give me a reason to pause.
And takes out a paper and a pencil,
Oh,
and then
great.
looks back at you
Notes.
expectantly.
Honestly, so does Luca.
Oh my god, worse. I'm gonna not look at you. I'm gonna just keep my head down and read. Okay, so there is firstly the cook aboard the Kraken Slayer, Bjorn. He's half orc, sort of blue-grey skin. One tusk is broken. He's taller than Damon, also, and sort of like large and chubby, but he's completely harmless. Well, he's physically strong, but he doesn't like to fight. So if it came to combat, he's probably just fending people away from the ship. Ultimately harmless, though I do think he'd recognize me even now. The doctor, we nicknamed him Dr. Stone, the medic aboard the Kraken Slayer, Hobgoblin. average height, terracotta colored. I don't really know what else to say. Sourpuss. And also in possession of a clockwork dogling similar to the one that I left with Seeker Elsa. In fact, you might see the same sort of design around with the Whisperers in general, presumably, specifically the ones on the Kraken Slayer and the Storm Chaser, and it really depends on what my apprentice has been doing, but the apprentice comes later, posing a larger threat, so we'll move on. Cannonball, I don't actually remember what her real name was. I don't think we ever said it, but she's the gunner aboard the Kraken Slayer, a dwarf. She's elderly. She speaks in a sort of monotone, gravelly sort of thing, and she just loves cannons. That's more or less her decisive qualities.
And snorts a bit.
Claptrap. Yeah. Willow realizes they didn't have any like physical descriptors. They just like always remembered her from her voice. So it's like we'll get to that later. They're going to move forward before they lose their wits. Claptrap, the carpenter aboard the Kraken Slayer, granted, he's still alive. He was quite old. But he's a gnome. And he's little old man gnome with a white beard. Hated me. But nevertheless too old to fight. However, very squawky. Not too old to complain. He could probably alert half of the principality.
And nods
like a rooster.
That's the immediate thought they had to.
Yeah.
Alarm system Claptrap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Willow looks at another piece of the page, another page in the book. Lara, Tara, Mara. The triplets. Who knows what their job was? I think they were lookout. They were the ones looking the other way when I first boarded the Kraken Slayer.
I was about to ask if they were the ones that
weren't very good at their jobs.
Yes, that you mentioned in your story before.
They are not very observant, but they are ruthless in battle. They use quarterstaves. Sort of all three of them working in tandem like a propeller. They're humans, blonde, fair, sort of lanky, I suppose. But if you see three bejeweled triplets looking confused and wandering around them, that's probably them. I don't actually know if they are sisters or if they just look the same. You'll know. I suppose those two should come hand in hand. I'm not going to mention Emma because she is lacking in threat, but because it makes more sense to describe the other person as an extension of this. Sorry, that's not the point. Emma Brightwind rather, okay. Willow pauses. I think like they're struggling a little bit on the mention of Emma.
She's the one with the dragon mark on her neck.
Yes.
Kind of scrappy.
Yes.
Shares a last name with another person on the list.
I assume they're... Oh.
Pardon?
I thought maybe there would be a lot of Brightwinds. It seems like a common name.
Well, if I understand right, it might be a chosen name.
Yeah, so like anyone could choose it.
Not in this context. It's Emma's name, and yes, it is shared aboard the boat. Ship, rather. You mentioned her Mark of the Storm on her neck. Yes, she's a half-elf, dark skin. Last I saw her, she had braided black hair and twin tails. And she uses twin swords. She was formerly the first mate aboard the Kraken Slayer first mate promoted to captain when Coulton became captain of the Storm Chaser.
But we're currently unaware of the Kraken Slayer's status, so... Correct?
Willow nods without saying anything.
And nods back, turns back to their paper.
Which brings me to Magdalena, or Mrs. Mags, Madam Mags, depending on the day. The quartermaster or bosun aboard the Kraken Slayer and Emma's wife. She's a dwarf, sort of medium brown skin, dark curly hair. She's stocky, powerful arms. She's very friendly, but uses a mace and a shield in combat and can throw you if need be.
Luca points at himself. Like, really?
Willow gives a little look like, yeah, I believe it. They've seen her throw stuff.
Mm.
So that's majority the Kraken Slayer crew. One of the newer additions that had a lot to do with me aboard the Storm Chaser was Dorabelle Flint, just call her Belle. She was my apprentice aboard the Storm Chaser, likely now head artificer. She's a half orc, sort of skinny for a half orc, as you'd expect. Green skin and sort of lighter colored freckles on her face and arm. Stubborn, headstrong, and she uses in alchemy, in artificing, while I focus more on pardon me, while I focus more on armor, he favored alchemy. Got a large warhammer. She would, I left a fair few of my blueprints with her. Schematic. Part of why the Whisperers might recognize my style at a glance is if she continued using it. But I guess I don't know. They only have one more name left. And they're hesitating.
So, Colton Brightwind. The big threat. You know, he's got red hair. And sizable dragon mark, if I remember correctly. Half elf, right? Yeah, Lyrander, so. Half elf. How does he dress? How does he carry himself? Anything like that you can offer us?
I think Willow's head ducks when you start talking, but upon mentioning that, Willow kind of like, it's a joyless smile, but a Willow smile nevertheless. They're probably going to say, no doubt if you remain in the vicinity, you'll hear about him eventually, or see him.
I take it he's not very subtle then.
No, quite the opposite. Willow makes a gesture with their hand that's kind of like a little explosion.
Right. Well, maybe we'll hear him coming, so we can swiftly flee the area.
Yes. Willow curls together their little exploded hand and will now list off what they wrote. You're correct, half-elf, red hair, pale skin, large dragon mark, which you will see because he always wears his shirts open. Judging by what I have seen recently, that hasn't changed. He uses elemental magic, long range, he's resistant to lightning, and he uses a saber.
Alright.
Willow's going to glance at Varys now. And I believe it was deferred to me to talk about his reputation.
Varys sort of scratches his beard. Heard that, did you?
Which bit? The open vitriol towards Lyrander, or the fact that he's a gigantic flirt?
That's a polite way of putting it.
And like rolls their eyes and then looks directly at Luca.
Okay, you know what? Willow's going to say, speaking of, I have written here an extra instruction. You see them tap their finger on their book. I'm going to ask you not to speak to him at all. Willow sort of looks towards Luca and En.
And nods. Wasn't planning on it. I'm asking all this so we can avoid him and anyone connected to him entirely.
Though if he ends up in your vicinity and for whatever reason decides to approach, please disengage. Pretend you're a couple or something, I don't know. Just...
I am good at acting natural in stressful situations. Don't worry about it.
Willow's looking at Luca. Like, has he clicked what I'm saying?
Just writing notes. His expression is flat.
Okay, this is all necessary information for him.
Must write himself instructions. Pulls out a note right when it shows up. Like, what was I supposed to do?
Do not
Disengage.
Yeah, just big note in his pocket
Just
that
leave.
says disengage.
Leave. Underlined 3 times.
Yeah. I think Willow's going to say, of course, that is keeping in mind that it is you and Thale that I, Willow glances over at Varys, realizing that he might not know who Thale is.
And raises her hand. Another persona. I get
Right.
the impression you're going to see him soon, and looks to Willow.
Granted, that's who I imagined. I'd be requesting to scope out the floating markets or the Convocation itself, seeing as I will be boat-bound yet again.
Right,
What I'm...
Go ahead.
No, just what I'm trying to... Hopefully you can read between the lines. I don't believe... let's say... Audrey will be able to pass by Coulton Brightwind undetected. Like, raises their eyebrows at you like, get it?
And nods. Well, that's fine by me. Thale is the main one that wants to be involved in this whole Meraldine debacle anyway.
Wait, I don't get it.
He's gay, Luca.
Oh. Luca writes that down.
And watches him with like a furrow in their brow, like, is that really necessary? I mean, I guess. And like thinks about it more from the spy angle, like, no, you can't take advantage of that. No, you're right. Rubs at their face a bit. Anyway,
Willow's going to close the book and now continue talking. Other signs that you can look out for is that wind whispers are generally... How would you describe how we look from a distance, Varys?
Wind swept?
I would say eclectic, brightly colored.
oh yeah, well that makes a lot of sense. Looks at Willow's coat.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of how they dress, if you're calling upon Thale's services, I think he's gonna need a new outfit.
Willow nods like they can help with that. They have in fact helped end with that before.
Yeah.
Oh, Willow should mention what they know about Willow. Actually, if somebody wants to ask about Willow, what
if
they know
we're-
about Willow.
Before Luca raises a hand.
Are you waiting for me to call on you?
When you're finished with your conversation.
You may speak.
What did you do to them?
to earn their ire.
Luca nods. You said you betrayed them in some way, but you haven't really elaborated on that.
Question to Meta. Does Luca not know?
No,
No one.
No, you haven't
Only
told us.
Varys knows?
you only told Varys.
Yep.
Only Varys.
Yep. En said it was your business, so En didn't pry about it.
Oh my. Wow.
You might have mentioned sabotage, but
That could mean anything, and also that comes with your territory. So that's how you got the job. So it's like,
Yeah, it's a bit unclear. Wow. Willow sort of pulls back. I think I will say that Willow doesn't remember to mention themselves too much in all of this, and you have just kind of brought the spotlight back to them. Hey, former crew member, what did you do? You know?
yeah.
Willow will adjust a little. The book's closed now, so they can't... Well, they don't need to refer to the book. This is them. Okay. Well, I suppose to know the extent of my betrayal, you have to know my role aboard the vessel. Vessels, rather. Do you know that I was brought on? The method that which I was brought on? Sabotage turned job opportunity? I became artificer, though keep in mind the Kraken Slayer was a recently pioneered airship with a relatively young crew. So we all pitched in where we could help. That extended to the siege of the Storm Chaser. Seizing the Storm Chaser, rather. Wasn't a siege for us. Willow looks out the window, is just watching the rain. I sabotaged it. I sabotaged the Storm Chaser. Threw it off course. Dumped its artillery in the sea. Fled. Willow shrugs. Like, they don't really know what else to add. Rather, they do know what else to add. They know there's a lot of spots in that story, but they'll wait until you guys ask.
En might speak up. What drove you to do that?
Willow glances at Varys at this.
He gives you a nod.
No, Willow didn't actually tell him the full story either, but
You didn't. But
they kind of don't want to, but it's probably necessary to know. What I say doesn't leave this room, yes?
Of course.
Willow looks at them each in turn to get confirmation from each of them, specifically Varys because he has a connection to Rhaegar.
yes,
Your secret's safe with me.
Varys puts a hand over his heart. Not a word.
Oh,
by my blood.
En puts down the page, like the paper and the pencil, and pushes it away.
there was an attempt on Coulton's life from his family. It was one thing to steal one airship, but to then steal another and rise so quickly and become prince of the Wind Whisperers all the same. Of course. What would you expect? They sense assassins. Well, rather, just one. Willow stops in saying, and I stopped it, and doesn't say much else, unless prompted.
And that's why they're would presumably be after you if they thought you were alive.
I changed the course of the Wind Whisperer's direction as a direct... What's the word I'm looking for? Disobedience feels a bit too lax.
I get it. I have a couple questions you don't have to answer both. One is, why do you think they presume you're dead?
Well, Raga told me.
Oh, yes.
And also because well,
But why did they presume that? What happened?
I suspect the morning. They, rather, Coulton, would have known where I was from if the others hadn't guessed. It isn't hard to guess. I was openly vitriolic towards House Kenneth myself.
I see. So
And pretty open about it all.
you didn't fake your death or anything of that nature, or, almost die?
Well, fake my death, no. Almost die, maybe. But I suppose that's, neither here nor there. Sort of after the fact. Willow's got a headache, and they sort of massage the place between their eyes. You can tell that they massage after their glasses come off.
Second question, what aliases do they know? Do they know Willow Khorvaire? Do they know Willow Jenkins? Do they know Cognot?
3 for 3.
Oh, well then. Anything else? Any other names I should absolutely avoid saying?
Well, Fender.
Okay.
And I suppose, well, it's hard to say. Because it is also the name of the
The Storm
Willow shakes
Chaser.
their head. Willow shakes their head and doesn't elaborate. They're going to swat that off a little.
Storm Chaser, Spellbreaker.
Oh, that one's mine, so they don't have that. I assume.
Yes, they might recognize all of those aliases, rather, not all of them would know Willow Khorvaire. Sort of their nose twitches. They will know my artificing style, especially Coulton, Emma, Dorabelle, Claptrap, Cannonball. They would know my fighting style, specifically Coulton, with my crossbow, swords, gadgets, and the glow of my magic. They would know Fishdog, they would know the Clockwork Doglings. And they gave me my tattoos.
Right. Well, don't go running around the Convocation without the majority of your shirt on, and we should be fine.
Don't think I'll be running around the Convocation at all.
Yes.
Really?
We're going to have to meet Meraldine at some point, though. We're going to have to take that into consideration of how you're going to maneuver that situation.
Yes, I've considered that. Willow's going to open up the captain's log again to another page. Does it seem like we're just moving on from the previous conversation? Willow's got a headache.
And it's fine to move on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone good? Alright, cool. Willow's gonna just carry on immediately into the captain's log thing. So, that in mind, the plan going ahead is my intention to meet Meraldine at a location that I'll have to scope out today and tell her tomorrow. I will not be budging on where we meet. And I will be using an alter self spell so that I don't look like myself.
And nods.
As for the three of you, and I believe that I've mentioned I can only think of one of your personas that might benefit from a little networking and isn't known to Meraldine. In any other way, I'd like you nearest to me when I meet her. To do the usual. Willow taps their head.
Understood.
Except I'd like for you to check that she isn't being followed.
Right. Yep. That's something I can do.
It will probably be up to you as well to keep us all connected, as I would like, Luca to scout out the main areas around our meeting location to inform us of any impending problems. As you can probably tell, I don't have many layers of defense between me and my former crew.
Actually, that reminds me of something. Nurse, do you want to be in on this?
Willow was Willow's gonna look at N and probably quickly cut in. I intended to keep Varys out of it, plausible deniability and all that.
What I'm mainly
If it
talking
goes south,
about is N's gonna hold up their book. Contact.
oh yes, sorry. Willow sits back.
Here, I'll
I
explain.
don't quite follow.
I'll explain. N's gonna flip open their book to the page. I imagine it's kind of near the back of the book, and it has just
It is.
Luca and Willow's name written on it, and they're going to turn it towards Varys and tap an empty space under Willow and Luca's name. Write your name.
Varys is gonna do an insight check.
This is exactly what I did to you guys when I first introduced this.
Yeah.
Oh, am I about to sign a deal with the devil?
It's N, so yeah.
We take you out into the
Make a
middle.
persuasion
of the...
check.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Just
Oh, but you beat it!
16
Come
over
on.
50.
Yeah. All right. Varys signs his name.
All
I'm
right.
not going to ask. So a little bit
Yeah.
shocked by him.
And takes the book, closes it up, tucks it onto their belt, stands up, and leaves the room.
Willow sits back.
And it's going to go into the farthest point they can, essentially, on the boat, which isn't very far, but, as far as they can. And then they're going to,
Oh, it's still like 60 feet, right? It's not an
Yeah.
insignificant distance.
yeah.
Yeah.
And right. Hello, Varys.
You see Willow and Luca, you see Varys sort of sit up straight and then says, "This isn't a usual message spell, is it?"
No, it is not.
Lucas shakes his head.
Now that I have your name in this book, I can stay in contact with you no matter where we or you are.
That's useful.
And we'll poke back into the room. Indeed. And reposition themselves at the table.
Well done.
In saying that, thank you, N. I have no intention of making you participate in this plan. It was made before you were assigned to us, and if it goes south, Ryga doesn't have to know you had any part in it. So, that bodes well for us, however, because it means that you can stay in the boat and monitor the harbor, and keep N posted with this spell.
Yep. And if we need to make a quick getaway, you can set that up for us when we run.
Or
More or
swim.
less, yes. Possibly both.
Not
I
another
think
question.
that's where I'm best suited. I have nothing else to offer.
Well, anything you can consider, I will also table. These are, of course, just my plans. And I... As it stands, my own plan is to meet with Meraldine, put the plan forward to her, let her know that I will not be giving her the map until Tarek co-signs it, which means that our meeting will be followed by potentially boarding her boat, which is risky, but at that point, hopefully she will understand that. Hopefully we'll be better equipped to speak with her. And with Tarek.
You have means of contacting Captain Frostry, right?
I think
Might
Willow
want to
told him
put
about
that
this.
down. Yes. You might want to put that stipulation at the front, then.
What does he mean?
Meeting with Tarek.
Oh yes, that's what I plan to tell her. If she doesn't agree to it, then I won't give her the map. Conversation over. And you all enjoy the rest of the convocation. And we pioneer the medical industry another way. Or selfishly spend all the treasure ourselves. On splendor and whatnot.
I do think it's best that I avoid contact with the good captain myself. Imagine she's not thrilled about more people finding out about her underhanded dealings.
Especially not Raga's right hand man.
Former right hand.
You seem very right hand to me.
Maybe more of a left hand now. You're doing sneaky things behind his back, but he's in control of it.
He's always doing sneaky things behind his back that Raga was in control of. That's how we found you.
I'm left-handed.
We'll just squint.
It's a figure of speech.
Yeah. Everyone just
Luca.
looks at Luca.
Well, that's a fair bit of information to mull over. Of course, there are more details, more plans. If anybody has any questions, I have written it all down.
Do you have any questions for us?
Still happy to be sailing?
Yeah?
Good.
In for a copper, in for a platinum. Anyway, I think I have a closet to raid, like a good pirate, so...
Yep. You can help yourself. Willow's gonna just point out, like, the trunk that they keep their clothes in.
Oh.
You probably know where it is.
Yeah, absolutely. En's been here before. Don't mind if
Yeah.
I do.
I think Willow looks a bit tired now. They're probably gonna, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. They're tired.
Varys stands up, puts a hand on your shoulder, Willow. We'll let you know well before we make anchor at the Convocation. You can choose how close or far we get to it.
I might need your help with a spell.
Oh?
I'm thinking on it.
Well, if you need help, just ask. Do what I can.
Inside check.
Inside check, Papa.
Go ahead.
Oh, cool. 9. I still don't know whether he's mad at me for all this.
He's not mad at you.
I can tell that on a 9?
Yes, because Varys just rolled a 24 persuasion.
Jesus!
Damn, son!
24?
He rolled a natural 19.
My gosh. I think
His
in response to
persuasion
that-
modifier is 5?
He can be very
Yeah,
persuasive.
Yes? Ed's persuasion modifier is 7.
Yeah, I thought that was a main character only kind of stat,
Nope.
but apparently
Have you
not.
seen Damon?
He's a main character. You know?
Varys is the main character.
Yeah, I guess so, eh?
No, he's not mad at you.
It's one of his best stats.
Good for him. He is a very charming man.
Yeah.
There's
that's why
a
he was
reason why
sent on the
Riker sent
quest.
him as a spy.
Yeah, checks out.
Double agent.
Okay, continue.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Varys is no longer mad at you, and he genuinely means it when he says, if you need help, just ask.
Mona nods. And they believe him, which kind of helps pat down some of the, like, oh, I involved Varys in a scheme and he's gonna hate me forever, I guess. Just like the rest of them. But yeah. But no, yeah, cool. That's nice. That's good to know. They need that right now. They're soggy. Bit
Yeah.
deflated, I would say, after that conversation.
Yeah. Took a lot out of them. That being said, as...
If I may.
Oh?
I think Luca will stand up from the table and lean over a little bit, put his hand on Willow's shoulder, and just casually say, "You saved them. That's something to be proud of." Then just like tap their shoulder and wander away outside into the back area, undercover.
Full body fur bristle, a little flinch in their face, and they, I think, have to excuse themselves. They'll just kind of like nonchalantly go, somewhere where no one else is, so probably downstairs behind the workshop. Might be a good time to there's a good check on the elemental, actually. No, I don't want to look at it, but just be away from you guys.
Time to go scream into a pillow.
Yeah.
Is the energy.
Yeah.
And you're picking out clothes from Willow's trunk.
Yep.
Luca, what are you up to?
Luca is sitting outside in the rain thinking.
Yeah.
What you
Soggy
thinking
boy.
about?
It's strange hearing someone talk about their past in great detail, especially someone who has been so secretive and who has positioned themselves as someone without a history. And maybe he kind of liked that because he got to relate to them a little bit, and now that's gone. So he's just looking at the paper like, okay. That's new. But it's expected, so it's not like he can be sad about it. So he'll just be here processing. Notice that everyone is gay in this list.
Oh, players.
Well,
Yeah, I really want to actually you, but I don't want to cut into your scene because I don't want to think about Claptrap's life, actually. You know?
Okay,
I was
there's
gonna say the triplets, but okay.
Oh, okay, that too. Oh, yeah, true.
Wait, didn't you say that you wanted the group of 3 to meet Luca? Are they gonna be into him?
I don't know, man.
We really don't know. Who could possibly say
They're
with those
inconceivable.
clowns?
Also, yeah, honestly. Also, to the folks who might not know, Luca has amnesia.
I have amnesia. I don't remember anything.
I do. Not about your life.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that must be nice.
Well, not really. Clearly, I'm
No,
upset.
yeah.
Clearly, I'm plagued by memories.
Yeah.
It's a damned if you can, damned if you can't sort of situation.
Yeah. Luca has a watch though, and that's nice.
Yeah.
The one I made you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't see it on his sprite, but it's on his porcelain hand, so you can kind of see it when you just look at him.
So,
Closet time?
yes.
Fashion montage?
Why not?
Sorry, I just thought
Yeah,
I'd say it.
and we'll be trying on different outfits, showing them off.
To who? Yourself? Paris?
Whoever wants to be around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm busy brewing downstairs. So.
Yeah, I figured. So,
I imagine
I'm
the
busy
trunk being
brooding
upstairs.
upstairs.
yeah, so it's gonna be Varys.
And an Uncle Varys.
Yep. And
Well,
is
Varys knows what pirate couture is like, so
yeah, and is trying on different outfits and
Stylish.
kind of strutting around, doing spins, looking at Varys like, does this work? kind of.
Well, this isn't the face that you're going to be wearing with this, is it?
No, I suppose not. I guess I'll introduce you. Yeah, and we'll change over. Their hair will turn brown and braid around their ears, and their ears will extend to long elf ears. And as Thale pops out, he will offer a little bow, straighten up, and kind of nervously smile a bit at Varys.
Pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine. Varys, Mr. Greenleaf?
Varys is fine.
Perfect. Yes, well, Thale spreads his arms. What do you think?
He sort of gestures for you to do a little spin, and I think picks out a sash from the cabinet and ties it around your waist. There. Look a little more seafaring now.
Ah, yes! That was just what it needed. Thale does a little bit of a spin to let it swish. Swish, swish. Perfect accessory. Good choice, Varys.
So how long have you been...
Well, that is a difficult question.
I suppose there are never easy ones.
I am beginning to understand that is quite common among this crew. Well, I suppose maybe you could relate. Forgive me if that's a bit crude, but I was, in a sense, displaced from the rest of the world for nearly 5 years.
Ah.
Yes, and I've only recently emerged, and I am relearning, I suppose, how to exist at all. So, he ducks his head a bit.
Varys nods and says, I understand. I imagine that has quite a bit to do with your abilities as a warlock.
Yes, you are a sharp individual, aren't you? Sure, you can put together that. And has experienced some significant trials.
Hey.
Yes.
Well, glad to see you on the road to recovery.
Thank
It's a
you.
tough one, but it's well worth taking.
You are a glowing example of that fact, Varys. Yes, this will be my first time going out in public, so... They all kind of stares at the wall a bit, like, yep, we're gonna do that.
Don't worry yourself too much.
Yes, of course.
You're not being put out on stage, so just blend yourself into the crowd. There will be plenty of crowd to blend into.
Right. Do you have any tips that would assist me in such an endeavor?
Foot and mouth disease is what he has.
It's okay, we're ignoring that. Don't worry about it.
Round me. All the metaphors.
Yeah, Thales just smiles politely and powers through that.
Look, Varys doesn't fucking know, so he gets to say the
it's-
funny, ironic thing.
Yeah, it's fine. Keep going.
Dale on the cusp of tears.
It's so fine!
I'm
So
so
worry
mad
about
right
it.
now.
It's fine.
Yeah, Varys gives you, like, some general tips of, like... You know those, like, cowboy aphorism posters? Of, like, don't squat with your spurs on type things?
Oh, uh-huh.
The home decor, like, funny saying type
Yeah.
situations. The advice that he gives you is largely in that vein of, like,
The manners.
yeah, think like a pirate sort of
Yep.
advice.
That's good. Thale wants to know, like, if shaking your head means yes in pirate culture, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. He doesn't embarrass himself too badly. Yeah.
Well,
They'll absorb much of that, even, like, probably practice a couple things. Rehearse with Varys.
yeah. Yeah. Keep your feet spread hip distance so they're less likely to knock you over.
Keep money in your front pockets.
We know that one.
Have a good sense of humor.
Well, we got that down, Pat.
Want to hear a good joke? Look at my life.
Fine, we're not going to think about that.
Terrible.
Necessary right now.
Yep, fair.
It'll come back when it comes back, and it will come back.
Oh, God.
Anyway. Pushes Varys' stage comment under the rug again.
Mm-hmm.
And just continues to focus on his little rehearsal.
Yep.
Being a pirate lad.
Cool. Luca, Willow, who wants to...
Walk in on this.
You know what? Yeah, Luca should walk in on this.
Yeah, Luca should.
Yeah, I was gonna say Luca would probably buck himself up and then go to start making like dinner preparations because I imagine the conversation took a while. So
A little bit, but I don't think it's quite dinner yet.
something to do with his hands.
You can
So
make tea. It's
yeah,
cold.
yeah. Wow, who's this? Wow,
Do you like it? Theo does a little twirl.
I do.
Grins a bit and does a bow.
Luca bows in kind.
Yes, I believe it is you and I who will be going on a little excursion, yes?
You call it that?
Something of the sort. There'll be plenty of people to meet and greet, or not, depending.
Luca's just gonna idly pinch Thale's ear and fold it.
Theo flinches and like kind of butters away, flapping his hand. Luca,
Sorry.
have you not seen an elf before?
Yeah, but you know, now you're my elf, so
Oh, is that how it is?
is it not?
Well, I don't recall making myself yours.
I believe Willow instructed us to do that, so I'm just following instructions.
Well, in that case, you are as much mine as I am yours.
There, sort of rolls his eyes and turns his focus back out to the ship, and just like, I'll go trim the sails. We'll be arriving at the Convocation in maybe an hour or so.
Already?
Like I said, we're close by, and the chaos runs swift.
There's something in the engine that just... Nothing else like it. Right?
For one thing, there is an engine.
Yes, I
Right.
believe that
right.
is a particular peculiarity of our ship.
That's a polite way to put it.
It's also the only way we are going to put it when we set foot on rafts, ships.
The
Sand.
floating market.
Yes, and we will
We'll
not,
buy you something pretty.
not speak a word of our friend downstairs. All of them.
Alright. Speaking of the friend downstairs, Willow, I believe that you are doing some general work.
Yeah, I need to do some swapsies. I need to swap Fish Dog out party pockets.
Easy enough.
But however, I should probably keep Fish Dog up for if I want to do any tinkering. I am considering re-tinkering the arcane door, but at the moment, I think I'm leaning. I might put it to the crew too, like meta crew. What was it? I was considering adding Varys' name to the arcane lock so he could find his way in. But if I want to sell that he doesn't really know what's going on here, I've just answered my own question. I'm not going to put his name on it so that he can't access the room on his own.
Alright.
If anyone boards the ship and tries to make him access it,
You do
he
have
just-
like a lot of paperwork that he could study, right?
Yeah, he can do other stuff. It's
Yeah.
going to be a long voyage up ahead if we don't get lightning blasted out the sea today, you know? So there's time.
Aren't you? Oh wait, no. You're the lightning guy. I forgot.
Say again?
You have absorb it. I thought you were immune to lightning, but you just
No,
absorb
he
it
is.
that one time.
I use absorb elements.
Yeah, yeah.
Varys
Varys
So
also
he
is
has-
resistant to lightning.
Yes.
Of course he is. He's my guy. I love him.
He's Mark of the Storm.
He's here.
Yeah. I'm also gonna have a look at the map. I think for this one specifically, no, I have party pockets, so I can take both. So my party pockets, pardon me, are my bag of holding, which I put in my big old jacket pockets instead of a bag, so it can't be stolen. Well, you can steal my jacket, but it's attached to me, so it's a bit harder. I think I can swap it out now because I'm not going to use Fish Dog for tinkering. Later on, I need Varys to help me with a spell, but that can be after he parks. Ugh. Or maybe when the other two go out, because I don't know if I mentioned that I wanted you guys to. Willow suggested you guys are free to go to the Convocation, but they might ask you guys to sort of scope out some questions while you're there. Yeah.
Yes.
There's much
Use
going
us.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I am planning my spells out.
Oh, yeah.
Do I have any spell that would allow me to instantly destroy something? Not really. Sorry, that was so vague.
What? What do
To
you
what
want to
end?
instantly destroy? And
A map.
what do you? Oh,
Fire spell.
Like if I could like
fire,
have a fire
magic
spell.
missile.
magic missile
Yeah,
down the tube.
literally, the objects have armor classes and HP, and a map honestly isn't that sturdy.
No, you're right, and I can hit it from a distance as well if someone like steals it off me or anything.
Yeah.
I can just magic missile it. No map for you.
I also
No
have
map
a
for
giant
me.
steed that
Link.
likes to eat paper, if you like.
You're not going to be at the meeting with me.
Oh.
That's what the plan was. You're doing
I
sentinel
know.
work for me. You can meet Miraldine later if she lets us on her boat, which depends on me being.
You know, it would be
adequately
good for sentinel work, though.
persuasive. Yeah.
An extra set of eyes 10 feet off the ground. So,
Yeah,
Sure.
but that draws a fair bit of attention.
yeah, but no one's going to
Well,
know
I
whose
mean-
it is or what it is.
Chaos Fleet is coming, so I guess you're not the weirdest guy around.
Exactly.
Oh, by far not.
Yeah,
And I'm not
no,
saying
you're
I'm
right.
going to be, I'm not going to be like with it because it can communicate with me. So like it's a second
wow.
set of eyes. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Willow forgot about your steed, which is weird because Willow loves your steed.
Willow's
more
had a
than
lot
you.
on their
Okay.
mind.
Yeah.
yeah, no, that's fair.
Wait,
I
did you
also think
say
I
love
was
it more than me?
I was waiting for you to hit me.
It's kind of like
Yeah.
Fish Dog and Wooka. You're trading
Disagree.
pets.
I love Fish Dog and Willow equally.
Wow.
Anyway. I will just say, Varys was suggesting that you tell Miraldine to bring Tarek before you meet with her? Like to the first
Tell her-
meeting.
Oh, but I plan to talk about her traitoring, so I don't want him to be there for that.
Well,
Okay, group huddle real quick. My plan was to bring her and then have the rest of the conversation elsewhere with Tarek.
And I've always
Other than
had the like thing about Tarek being, post resurrection. He might be ill. It might be a bad idea to move him around too much, or she might refuse to. That was one of my thoughts on that front too.
yeah, my main thing is if I want to ask her straight to her face, are you dealing directly with Kolberg or something? Then I'm not going to ask that in front of Tarek.
Yeah, but
I
also
thought I had to set the groundwork of her traitoring.
Also,
and not being a
something
traitor.
to consider, though, is if we are asking Tarek to sign on this, he might find out anyway. So,
Oh no, I'm planning to keep that part out of it. Just kind of get him signed on for the actual business venture part with Miraldine's signature in private, basically. But basically keeping it so that she doesn't have to be it. Part of the contract isn't, by the way, tell your boyfriend that you're a traitor. He might already know, but I kind
might.
of suspect he doesn't. I'm mostly leaning towards he doesn't. I also am.
I will
also
say
single-minded about
the
him being
less
injured.
that Tarek is involved in it, the less heavily he will be able to weigh in as leverage for you.
Yeah,
And you
That's
should
why-
be aware of that.
yeah. That's my hope was to basically put it forward to Miraldine as why she should stop being a traitor bluntly, pirate to pirate, and then have the crew come together with Tarek in a more like, here's what our plan is for the money that she's gonna get.
Well,
kind of
then
thing.
maybe we can arrange it so we meet with Meraldine and then we go to a second location that isn't the ship and meet with Tarek. You know, have him sit
so
somewhere.
you don't want to go back to the ship. Yeah, okay.
And then we can
No, that's
maybe
fine, 'cause
progress to the ship. Like, we can do this in 3 stages or something. You know, if it all works out.
Okay.
I'm happy to talk. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. I just want to talk to Meraldine briefly alone, just so I can be upfront about
Okay.
her villainy.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
How do I word this? Because I don't even. Willow doesn't suspect that Tarek is good to like mobile. That's why. Just let it be known. That's partly why I suggested it for the ship, because I was like, I didn't suspect Tarek would be up and at him yet. But can I do a check, like a medicine check in my mind or something, or I can ask Luca.
Either would
Now that this
those would work.
has occurred to me. If I ask Luca, I could probably get advantage. So I think Willow's going to pop upstairs and ask Luca how long he expects it would take for Tarek to be mobile. Because that would
Also,
cut
you
out the
see
stress
Thale.
of meeting
Yeah,
whenever.
also
You see
Thale's here.
Dale, yeah.
Thale's
And
here.
we're probably
Oh.
like fuck-assing around with each other,
Yeah.
to be honest.
I wouldn't put it like that.
Yeah.
You're shooting the breeze, let's say.
Yeah, Thale
I
is...
imagine us dancing, so like, you know.
You're dancing?
Yeah.
Thale is trying to get comfortable in his skin.
Okay. Well, he found he found a nice shirt of mine and a nice vest. Good for you. Good pick.
Yeah, I think
He wears them.
his face lights up when he sees Willow, and he shows it off.
Oh my god. I'm dazzled immediately and blinded by the light of his his big excited smile.
His smile.
He's so upfront about it. You know? It's so disarming. I think Willow like arrives at the top of the steps and like staggers back a step.
Like they've been struck.
Oh.
Do you like it?
Yes, looks made for you. I guess.
It does fit very well. Oh, I suppose it helps that I
Suspiciously
can
well.
fill it out and narrow it down where necessary.
Ah, yes, of course. Willow was literally like, yes, it does fit really well. Squint, so how does it fit so well? It was tailored for me.
It's the changeling.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Of course.
I need to find something for Willow's to wear, Lucas says in the background, going towards the chest.
Can you not stretch out any of my shirts? Anyway, Luca, I was going to ask a question about Tarek and his healing. And in reported text, Willow's basically asking what I mentioned before.
Make a medicine,
Medicine check?
Can I give you advantage?
Ooh,
Yes.
not my best. Wow.
That's
Wow.
2 6s in
You
a
wanna go
row,
a third time
folks.
and see if you can get 3 for 3 and summon the devil?
I'm going to do it just for fun. Obviously, it doesn't mean anything, but...
It's a 16,
Well then,
Alas.
but that doesn't count.
No.
yeah.
Okay, look, hey, I rolled a nat
On a
20 when I
6.
thought of it.
Yeah,
No.
on a
I gave
6,
them
I
advantage.
will say, you do know that the resurrection process would have healed any injuries, physical injuries, along with that. However, it is a very exhausting process, so you would not be able to say either way if he is, like, fully recovered from it or not.
Mm.
But, considering it was, like, nearly a month ago, he is likely at least able to walk for at least a few hours a day, but you can't say for certain
Yeah.
with,
Oth-
like, limited knowledge of the actual condition.
Willow starts kind of pacing, and I think they're tapping like their finger on their forehead, and they'll say, additionally, he does draw attention as well that I don't want drawn to me, or to Meraldine, or to Tarek.
Would he?
Am I-
He's a poet. He's not necessarily known by his face. He's not an actor.
suppose.
Also, how many pirates out here really care about poetry?
Yeah, that was going to be Thale's next point.
No.
I'm not sure he is among the people who would recognize him, if that's the case. So
Of course.
he's a rather understated appearance. I do believe.
Also, Captain Frostroot is quite protective of him. I don't imagine she'd let him come out without some level of buffer between him and the public.
It would be a good start to see how she reacts to the suggestion of the involvement of Terra Kadal. That will set many goalposts for our endeavors going forward. And then it'll be up to her discretion if she is willing to bring him and where she is willing to place him on the board.
Okay. Willow sort of stops pacing, and I guess now they're going to sit at the table and try and figure out how to word this. Because, like, yeah, okay, it does diminish the stress of having to board her boat. That's something that Willow said earlier, and they were like it's not the best to board the Silver Dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, they don't want to be spending too much time out just floating around in the market.
It would make
They
it
won't have
much
control over
tidier.
the second location. Which,
Yeah, if we can just, like, tidy it up in one location, essentially, and not have to move around too much, not have to go aboard the ship, not have to be on her turf, which is, like,
Yep,
one of the
no, I
biggest
like that.
dangers. So, yeah.
Also, multiple
Basic-
crime scenes is usually a bad idea, so it is best to limit your crimes to a singular area.
That's what I'm saying. We don't get taken to a second location.
no, this works because then basically everything that now that I know that Tarek is capable of being mobile, because I thought he was bedridden. That's why I based the plan on that. So
He was bedridden until he
Wasn't
he got better.
he was bedridden until he got taken on board of the Silver Dancer because he was in a magical coma.
Right. No,
That
I
was
thought
why
'cause,
he
yeah,
was
Luca,
not working.
yeah, Luca mentioned like resurrection sickness, and I think I just assumed he was going to be quite out of it, like down, in recovery for a few weeks after major surgery. Like I just assumed a few weeks.
Yeah,
It has
well,
been
it has
a
been a
few
few
weeks.
weeks.
And they do
It
want
has
you
been
to
nearly a
make,
whole month.
Wait, after major
Oh.
surgery, they do generally want you
Yeah,
to
which
walk.
to rehabilitate.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's able to go
So I-
wonders.
Yeah.
No, yeah, cool. I kind of forgot how many days he's been in. I guess it's been a
We've been busy.
We
Yeah.
have been busy. No. Thank you for reminding me, because that means that everything that was going to happen aboard the Silver Dancer can now just happen in a more public space. We have to be very careful, obviously, but as long as it's like a good public space, which I have to scope out next. Or rather, you guys, if you could scope out for me while I stay back on the boat and prep.
Absolutely.
That's the hope when we land.
Yeah.
So Willow's going to probably begin to say, all right, glad I revisited. I will try and think of what to say to invite him along. Feel free to weigh in. Otherwise, I'll request Varys' help, and you two could perform recon and find somewhere useful to meet up with potentially the two of them.
Absolutely. I think that's something we can do. Is there anything else you would like us to do while we're perusing the markets and whatnot? Any questions? Any intel?
Well, you have fun. Look around. There's going to be a lot of interesting things happening. It's another historic event, as I said before. Oh, Willow looks at Theo. Like, you said intel. Okay, well, I suppose it would be a good opportunity to... Sure. Give Willow a sec while they find themselves. I think if they're going to choose one question, they will say, I suppose keep an ear out for any whispers. Specifically, perhaps, about the Kraken Slayer.
Well, I shall then.
But again, please do not mention my name.
Of course.
Please do not approach any of the Wind Whisperers.
Of course.
And you know, don't
We
be
will
too obvious
be-
in finding information about them.
we
If you
will
can't
be
find
discreet.
information without compromising, yes. Yeah. Yes, okay, I don't have to tell you. Thank you.
Dale nods with a smile.
Oh, and you should get dinner while you're out. I don't know what. Fish, something. I don't know. It's good.
I suppose we will see what they have.
Yep. Trust that I am burning with envy. Willow goes back to writing.
You don't want to come with us?
Absolutely not.
So, say at this point, you are able to see as the rain clears away. The Convocation waters on the horizon. It is marked by the gathering of fleets around a bunch of long sandbars with wooden rafts and platforms set up between the ships like a floating carnival. Sails turned into tents, the big ships anchored with flocks of rowboats and skiffs gathered around them like little ducklings to their parent. Each of the 10 greater fleets clusters to themselves, while other smaller groups lie on the outskirts. Unaffiliated ships of nations or industries fly additional flags to signal allies or neutrality to avoid being preyed on. While within the realm of the Convocation, there is a truce. And any who break it will be under severe penalty. In the center of all these gatherings of ships is the floating market. It is a bizarre marvel. A carnival made out of like 3.5 sailing ships strangely fused together, rafts latched onto its outskirts to build a place that feels more like the slice of a city than a ship. You can see even now from this far away that every level of the construction offers something else, flashing in bright magic lights. Restaurants, fighting rings, bars with burlesque shows, luxurious rooms for resting or hosting, and vendors of every stripe offering entertainments that are usually hard to find at sea. It reminds you somewhat of the Pirate Exchange, except more rowdy and tightly packed. Halflings bearing the mark of Galanda's hospitality on bandanas flit about the mess, many of them seafaring diaspora of Talentan origin. Rowboats and even swimming beasts such as tamed plesiosaurs serve as ferries between the ships. You think you even spot a couple of errant merfolk briefly surfacing to relay messages. It is quite the hubbub.
Yeah. Dale's just like gazing upon it from where he can see.
If you would like to, you can pick out specific principalities. There are 10 sort of main ones.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be looking for the whispers.
Yeah.
Well,
And also see if that chaos, if I can see the chaos fleet ship.
mhm.
Also, the blood sails, if they're here.
Okay, well, yeah. I will say the sea dragons make up the largest fleet by far, with well over 24 full-size sailing and warships anchored together in precise formation. And in the lead is the majestic Dragon Eye. Within the context of the fleet, you can appreciate the splendor of the High Prince's flagship. Her hull faintly glimmers with warding magic, the sails stitched with dragon scale patterns. The figurehead in the shape of a life-size ancient silver dragon with its fangs bared, a truly formidable fortress of a vessel. And compared to the other principalities, you can see the polish and prestige that Riker's influence has created amongst his most loyal followers. Sea dragon ships each have their own little flair from captain to captain, but in general they are sleek and well maintained, the wood of their hulls burnished to a near mirror finish. Very precise, pristine, and orderly group. Not far beyond them are the Wind Whisperers, the only ones present at the Convocation with elemental galleons, though those are few. The Kraken Slayer, the Storm Chaser, I should say, floats above, lashed by lifelines to the rest of her fleet like a balloon. Nearly each ship of the Wind Whisperers has multiple flags, that of the Principality as whole with the personification of the wind in blue on a field of bright yellow, and then the captain's personal flag, a sign of the independence so highly valued among them. Indeed, this is reflected in the motley collection of ships that somehow both clash and complement each other, a colorful collage of vibrant personalities. The Bloodsails, you can see why they are named thus. Though their flag is white, the sails on every ship are a dark, bloody red. There's an almost skeletal quality to the construction of their vessels, the wood weathered by what must be decades, if not centuries, of sea. Most of them are elves, a handful of half-elves in there as well. Some few humans, but by and large, majority elves from the far, far north. And you said you were looking for the Chaos Fleet as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see that same ship before, you can see it a little more closely now. Well, you did pick out the general shape and construction now that you can see it sort of at rest and in context of it, the rest of its fleet. It is indeed like the shell of some giant crustacean was hollowed out and refitted it to the shape of a ship. Others have an almost alien quality to them, where strange materials that like flow in organic shapes, not like the World Singers where it's like a tree grew into the shape of a ship. This is like chitinous or almost sinewy. Other times it's like it's made out of a strange, almost rubber, perhaps, but you've never seen rubber outside of the context of like gaskets or like small bouncy balls for children. This is very strange. It's like one of the ships at least looks like it's been filled with air like a balloon. It's very bizarre.
Huh.
There's like this weird air of wild magic about them.
Yeah. They'll
By far the strangest
go for
present.
Yeah. They'll kind
I
of.
imagine they stick out
Yeah, they
a
do.
fair bit.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, especially with that bouncy castle ship.
I'm sure Colton feels very strongly about not being the most fascinating ship here.
I don't know about that. Phil rubs at his eye a bit, but he's like thinking about strange alien magic, and just like presses his palm into his strange and alien eyeball a little bit to massage like a little ache away, and then he's gonna look and see if he can't spot the silver dancer.
Mm-hmm. Make a perception check.
18.
Yep. You spot her. Sort of on one of the outer wings of the formation of the sea dragons. There she is.
Oh, she's here.
Trim and trim.
Ooh. Oh. You're on time. 11 sharp or whatever.
How does Varys? Does Varys look at his old ship?
Yeah.
I think Varys is kind of just taking it all in.
Yeah.
He's sort of looking around at everything, like... They're, like, literally everyone is here, and I think he, looks fondly, not necessarily at the Silver Dancer, but more at the Dragon Eye. Ryger's ship.
Mm-hmm.
Bro.
There's a little... If you would like to make an insight check.
I would. I'm not going to look outside, but I am going to look at Varys. $13.
You see him looking at it, and there's like a little chuff of pride.
He loves Ragged so much. So sweet.
Yeah, I think Willow smirks at him, but otherwise is sort of trying to avoid their periphery,
Mhm.
unfortunately. Just gonna focus on writing.
I think with the help of Anne and Luca, Varys steers the ephemeral chaos to one of the sort of like docking yards of, well, yard is maybe a generous term. One of the like little clusters of unaffiliated ships that are like largely like trade vessels or independent captains that are just like stopping by to do business. Because there are a few of those.
Of course.
Yeah. I think you spot
Actually-
like a ship with some sort of like lizard folk sailors that looks like it has come from the jungles of Kabara. Yeah. What would you like to do?
Luca is like leaning over the edge of the ship, staring with excitement, basically.
Yeah, Thale's also staring up at this whole display with a bit of a sparkle in his eye at just how dazzling it all kind of is.
I think Varys calls over you to you. Don't fall in again.
I didn't fall, I jumped. It's a difference.
Yeah, well, we'll be ready to set off as soon as Willow gives the word.
Mhm.
I think. Yeah. Yep. Do you guys need this? No, I should keep the spyglass. Do you guys need anything from Willow? They've got a draft down for what they think they might say, but that's tomorrow.
Mhm.
And now they just have to keep themselves busy. So, you guys need anything else from Willow? I don't have any money to offer you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just basically going on a bit of a scouting mission. So I think we're
Yeah.
And if I need anything, Pat's my book. I've got Farscribe.
Yeah. Let me just check my notes, see if there's anything I need from you guys.
Luca, you need
Anything
to take your
specific?
bracelet off.
Oh yeah, Willow would have told you guys nothing on you that is,
Distinctly Willow's invention.
yeah, handiwork.
Luca would not have removed it completely. He would put it under his glove on his other hand. He's not going without it just because of other people's petty
No, yeah.
shit.
Yeah, just
Wow.
just keep it hidden.
Yeah, Willow will say keep it hidden, but also keep it on hand because you don't know whatever sets you off. So that people know, the watch is an anchor for Luca that Willow made that has Secret Elsa's voice on it for when he has moments like he feels unsettled or has
It's a grounding device for
grounding
for his,
device.
for his very, very bad PTSD.
That's the one.
Yep.
Willow refers to them colloquially as anchors, so I always forget what they're actually called. Seems fair to reason. Okay, I'm just going through my notes. I don't think there's anything left, and I think Willow's sort of seeing you guys off while avoiding their peripheral vision. They could check themselves if the Kraken Slayer's here, but they're not going to.
But the Storm
because they're kind of
Chaser,
floating.
Storm Chaser was the only airship we could see.
Yep.
Correct? So
Yep.
yeah.
Correct.
Willow's not looking. So, but
Is the Kraken the Kraken Slayer is an airship, right?
Yes. It is not here.
And- Okay.
okay. Yeah, Willow's can close their book. Oh,
Luca would like to confirm that Willow doesn't want to come. He feels bad. And Varys?
Willow will be joining us later.
Varys can go if he'd like.
I'll
man the
stay
ship.
and keep things trim. There's plenty of people to talk around about here. He gestures to the other, like, sort of miscellaneous vessels that aren't with any of the major fleets.
Yeah. No, Willow will smile and pat you both on the back. there will be other convocations.
I think Luca will also, while he's inside, summon his steed as far away from them as possible.
In the water.
Yeah,
What's the
honestly.
range? Can you
It's-
post what? Can you post find steed?
Summon range is 30 feet, but
which
movement
case
range
you-
is... Yeah.
Yes. You would have to summon it 30 feet away from you, either on the ship or in the water.
Can I not summon it onto, like, the quote-unquote
The dock?
docks? Yeah. So that people can't see that it came from me, mainly. Like, if I'm standing inside the cabin,
Hmm.
is there enough distance between me and the docks for me to summon it
Make a
onto
stealth
the
check.
docks? My favorite. 14.
Oh, solid.
Not bad.
I'm happy to also just drop it in the water if that's 30 feet away,
That's
so it can
odd.
to swim onto land, quote unquote land.
Just appears like a Pokemon, like Lapras. You know when
Yeah.
Lapras appears in the Pokemon movies?
Yep.
You're
yep,
right.
that.
Honestly, that's pretty. We all live in a Pokemon. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, I want to go so bad. I want to relate it to Pokemon. Now I want to go even worse. Anyway, I'll be going later.
I'm allowed to cast?
Yes.
Cool. Check one out.
You are unaware if you think you have hidden yourself pretty well, and you are able to cast your steed into the ocean, kind of sort of bedraggledly surges up onto like one of the platforms. I need let's make a dexterity check for your
It's like a deer
your
on
steed.
ice.
Not great,
Nine.
but
It's pretty awkward. We'll take yours.
yeah. Cool.
Oh, actually, you know what, Willow? Sorry, now that you've mentioned it and talking about your bracelet, sorry, your watch as well, Willow might mention, you might want to keep an ear out for, I don't know, blood sales, cold tide related things. Might have some news for Karnath. We are heading there next. Granted, we don't sink here.
Good
And
nods.
there's a changeling fleet. If I don't know, that's of interest to you.
I've heard.
Can't think of anything else of particular note, but keep your ears open, not just for my problems, but for all of yours.
Indeed.
Much to learn, I think.
This is a hub of information.
So,
Well then,
have fun.
I guess we should be off.
Luca offers his elbow to Dale.
Theo pauses. And then, yeah, he hooks his arm around Lucas because he wants the grounding support of being close to Luca right now.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. Let me. Look, you have to go. Even if I insight check that you are in a
In a way.
insight check on Thale, he's nervous. Yeah.
He's nervous.
Oh.
Yeah, he's nervous. He's like, he's got his arm hooked around Luca, and he's kind of holding on to Luca in that way. It's not just a gentle, like, dainty hook. It's like, I'm pushing my body into your arm a bit because
Yeah, I'm just like, I need support.
I need someone to pull me into this because I'm scared to go, essentially.
Yeah.
Thale, you're looking very good now that I see you from the back. Sorry. That didn't go worse than I wanted it.
Wow.
Carry on.
Thale turns to you a bit, still clung to Luca's arm, and does a little, like, a curtsy bow with the sash. but with, like, a smirk on his face. Like, yeah, you said that. Okay.
Yeah. With a little smile, I was like, yeah, I'm not as apologetic as I said.
Yeah, I know you
It
aren't.
was like, whoops.
Oh no, I called my friend hot. Whoops.
Oh no, my hot friend who's hot and wearing my clothes looks hot today. Oopsie, what are you gonna do about that?
Hate to watch them go, love to watch them leave.
Yeah. Willow probably cap it off with a "Have a nice date" on the way out.
I'd just like to point out my steed's passive perception is higher than mine.
It is. It's taller than you. It can see over everything.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has less thoughts to think. More eyes to see.
Somehow.
Oh.
Anyway.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just noticed in the sprites, Luca's sword actually like wraps around Thale.
Yeah.
Like, you're so guarded
Yeah.
right now. You're so protected.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a little guy.
Yeah.
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 You make very cute couple.
Yeah.
Thale was
you keep
honestly
saying.
playing on that display.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's not leaning away from it.
Where would you
Unlike
like to go
Anne.
first, dear?
Well, I believe we need to scout out a venue.
Okay. You guys can choose to make either a perception check, an investigation check, or if you're talking to people, a persuasion check. And one of you can make it with advantage, or you can both roll separately.
Mm.
I think Thale's thing is kind of talking to people, and it might take him a bit. Like, he might need to walk around
Well,
a bit.
that's
but
why Luca is giving you advantage.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I also have that +5 to my persuasion checks.
I have +7 to my
Yeah, if you
persuasion.
need it.
No,
Oh,
+5,
right.
+6, so +11.
Oh, but that's if you
If I
channel
use
divinity
that.
for it.
Yeah. If it
Save that
comes
for
to
an
that.
emergency.
Yeah, we don't need
like
it yet.
talking to a wind whisperer maybe to get them to leave me alone.
Emissary of police, please leave me.
Please walk away.
Just start crying.
Anyway, yeah. After Thale kind of shakes out some nerves and feels reinforced by Luca's presence beside him, he'll get to talking to people.
Yeah.
We're 23.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh, very nice. You can basically ask me any question you want to know.
Cool.
Okay. Question number 1. We need a place for the meeting with Miraldine. The Miraldine.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, what kind of place do you think would be ideal for that? Well, like, Willow, feel free to pitch in. Willow on my shoulder. Like somewhere kind of quiet, but yeah, we want somewhere
Not so
kind of.
quiet that everyone can hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of somewhere that's safe as well. You don't want to go into a place with like multiple entrances so that if we're watching like who's coming in, there's like one door.
Well-
I also feel some place that like Tarek and Miraldine could be technically separated for a little bit while I talk to her. But like that's
Jazz
kind
bar.
of
That's what
anywhere
I'm-
can be.
So,
A smoky jazz bar.
So, running down the list of likely places. Interestingly enough, on the floating market, there is a gold dragon establishment, which is like, huh?
They're
Oh,
everywhere.
Yeah, they really
they
are.
really are. Thanks.
That's sort of like more on the affordable side. There are a couple of bars that look likely. There's the Pelican's Beak Bar and Grill, which is like a sort of bustling restaurant that like smells like spicy, greasy food that like just absolutely mouth-watering smell of like an open grill.
They have like kebab skewers to take away that we could get right now.
It might be a little while considering how busy it is. There's
Put your steed in line.
also yeah.
Yeah.
There's also the Crooked Mast, which is a burlesque bar. You can hear quite a lot of excitement. And I think there's like a red dragonborn lady standing outside who's like doing the little yoo-hoo wave of like inviting people in to come take a look.
Okay, I'm just saying a place with enough distraction and entertainment might be a good idea.
It's not a bad idea, honestly. Usually they have little
They're-
private corners too sometimes. So
Yeah.
They do also have the Shore Song Bar, which looks to be like a little more upscale lounge with like musical attractions. You can hear like beautiful music coming out of that as you walk past it. And then finally, the sort of crowning jewel would be the Pearl Mother Hotel, which has like sort of a ship of its own. It is you find out a Galanda Airs floating luxury hotel, basically. So it's basically an entire ship that has been converted into a hotel type thing. It's basically a cruise ship.
Yeah. We should go get facials.
Dale touches at his cheeks a bit. His cracked cheeks.
It's crunchy.
Yeah. Mm.
You guys are free to go get facials if you want.
We have a job
Any
to
other
do.
questions that you would like
yeah,
to
I
ask
don't
as
think
you
Theo's
are?
Well, no,
ready to be touched.
That's question number 1 of 17. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
so we have a list of places we can choose
Yes.
from.
Yeah.
And I mean, Meraldine suggested that you would meet at the floating market, so likely she has a place in mind.
Yeah, but Willow wants to circumvent that.
Yep.
I think another
I would
like
say we pick 2 places, and then if she has one of those, choose the other one.
honestly, En is probably Fail is gonna relay the locations back to Willow through the Far Scribe, so Willow can begin considering these while we are going about. Another kind of tertiary question is essentially what are the rules of using magic, like non-lethal magic, in this place? Is it like an instant toss you out to the sea, or is it like a little bit allowed?
No, I think it's like normal. You see people casting spells all over the place.
Cool.
I imagine it's like you see like as you're like going through there are like a couple people like haggling over stuff and like using detect magic or identify on various items and being like, this is a fucking ripoff or trying to haggle.
Yeah.
It's very much a like anything mostly goes.
As
It's
long as you're
very
not murdering
rowdy
people.
here. Yeah. It's like if you're going to start shit, actually like
Take it outside.
Take it outside. Take it either to the fighting pit, or we will throw you into the ocean to
Yeah.
cool off.
Valid.
And if you kill somebody, then you are fucking banned and will
Yeah.
most likely be hunted down. You see that like there are people, there's either like staff of the floating market itself who are like all sorts of colorful characters that like have the sort of logo wrapped on like a bandana on their arms to signify them as like part of the floating market, that are sort of keeping people in line.
Right. All right. Another thing.
And certain places like require you to like basically bind your weapons into their sheaths or to like leave them in the cloakroom kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Kind of like the auction we attended way back when.
Yep.
Yeah. Another thing Theon might kind of poke around about is basically be like, I didn't expect Lyrander to be here. To get someone essentially to correct him. That like, oh,
Yeah.
that's the Wind Whispers and blah, 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 you know.
Yeah.
What are the
Yeah.
Wind Whispers? Theo's gonna at
Yeah.
least use that at least once to try and gather some information about like, they're Wind Whispers, why they're here, where are they, maybe, you know? Like, he won't ask that directly, but that's kind of what he's kind of poking around for without being obvious.
Yeah, I think you definitely get laughed at as like, oh, you're a total newbie. What are you doing here?
Yeah, and Theo blushes and like leans into Luca, like, yeah, he's playing that up though. He is.
Pats his
Yeah.
hand like, it's
Yeah.
all right, dear. We're new to the principalities, so we're not going to know everything.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to learn, however.
Okay, yeah. So you obviously hear like the big story about like the excoriate prince Coulton Brightwind who stole the airships from his own house, basically, because fuck him.
Mm-hmm. Thale has the appropriate reactions to the stories being told to him.
Mhm.
Wow. Isn't he dashing and daring?
How much time are you willing to dedicate to like finding out gossip about this guy?
I mean, I'm willing to speculate throughout our journey. Thale wants to know where he is and where he likely will be, essentially. What his
Yeah, to
movements will
avoid.
be. Let's get some hot goss on. And this crew.
Location, yes. If
Mhm.
like where he is most likely going to be hanging out.
Okay, so the details about the Wind Whisperers and their prince as you hear it. And this is something that you find out, like, I imagine you're doing quite thorough investigation.
Yeah.
This will
Yes.
be like, so this is stuff that you find out over the course of like basically spending almost the entire evening well into the night, like talking to people and listening to gossip and asking about rumors and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wind Whisperers are obviously very opposed to Lyrander and the sort of superiority complex that Lyrander has about their ships. The Wind Whisperers are somewhat notorious for sinking and stealing elemental galleons that get too close to their territory.
I'm seeing why Willow fit in with them.
Indeed. You also hear that, like, before they became close allies with Prince Ryger and such, they had, like, a really rough couple of years where they lost one of the airships. It's basically crashed and out of function right now.
Do we find out
Is-
the name of that?
Yeah.
That is the Kraken Slayer. The Kraken Slayer
guys
is
know
out of
They
commission.
only had two.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I thought.
Just double checking.
Yeah.
You guys know one of the events that would have.
Yeah. If you want to make a quick like history check in with advantage, or fail, I should say.
Sure.
Yeah. Luca would be like, "Oh no, I hope no one was injured in that," to
17.
try and
Yeah.
coerce
It
out
lines
whether.
up. It lines up with the journal you read from the Good Fortune.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, Thale would definitely also assist in, like, finding out what became of the crew of that ship.
Yeah.
The
Kraken Slayer.
captain of the Kraken Slayer went back to being first mate of the prince.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
are they here then? It would also be Thale's follow-up
Yep.
question.
Oh yeah, most likely. She is most likely here, but other crews either like joined up with other ships or retired.
All right.
Fair.
So there's that. So they had a really rough few years, like shortly before Ryger called them into an alliance and set out for Thronehold and all that. And they've been pretty close allies with the Sea Dragons since then. And things seem to have been stabilizing a little more there. Less aggressively going after Lyrander ships, but they'll still, like, take out any that get too close to their territory.
Mhm.
You also, on a 23, I do think you hear, like, a rumor that was going around about, like, Brightwind being cursed or haunted or something. But he seems to be doing better now.
He got
Certainly
better.
since he's, like,
I would like to know if any of the crew have passed away, if at all possible.
Awesome.
I don't know how you would find out that information without directly asking.
I feel like
Okay.
Theo, like at the very least, Theo would maybe bring it up alongside the Kraken Slayer getting taken down, and essentially like, did anyone die in that? Essentially, would be kind of what he asks. But that's like kind of the extent I can see us wiggling that question.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like it's unclear. Certainly they were hit pretty badly. They
Yeah.
managed to make it as far back as Blackrock, but then but now the Kraken Slayer is like fully out of commission.
Okay. The Storm Chaser fleet, the Wind Whisperer fleet, and just try and pick out the key members of the Storm Chaser in the crowd. So that will be happening in the back of my mind as everything is going on.
Okay. Make an investigation check with your steed.
Okay, investigation is intelligence.
Yes.
God damn it. Even this is dumb like me. I can never win. That's a natural 20, so.
Yes! Holy shit! I just realized what you rolled. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay. Well, natural 20 supersedes the -2 because you have. It is an elk, so it maybe
stands
doesn't
out
pick
a little
up.
bit.
It does. Oh yeah, no. This thing is for sure being noticed as like somebody's magical pet that is just like wandering around. That is not a secret. They don't know whose it is, but
Good.
it sure is somebody's wandering around.
And I don't want to be that guy, but we have to keep in mind how far it can go.
It would be
1.6
within-
kilometers. So,
yes.
okay.
Easily.
Okay,
Like,
just making sure.
like this is a big place. It's not necessarily that big. I will say I don't think your steed can necessarily get close enough to like talk to people.
Oh,
Not that it
no.
can
I
talk. It's
I
just
want
looking
it
at
to, like,
people.
I wanted to know where the key players are and maybe tail Quilton for.
Oh, it's not. It is for sure not going to be able to do that.
Okay.
But, you do see that a lot of the crew members of the Storm Chaser specifically will be wearing like patches with the red flag with the twin bolts of white lightning crossing through it as like a sign of like which ship they belong to.
Okay.
It seems to be a policy, like especially at the Convocation, that you are like showing your colors of allegiance, in part to avoid like conflict and also to know who your friends are.
Yeah.
It's sort of a, you know, it's the sports team rules of like which one are you rooting for?
I have some non-Wind Whisperer questions that I'd also like to ask.
Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Well, I also, in kind, want to ask around about the blood sales.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes. So, about the blood sales, their prince for the last 100 years or so has been Shane Tassil. She could have been High Prince if she wanted to, but she clearly hasn't like made a vying for it. They're relatively stable. In the last war, they sometimes served Karnath as privateers, but since the dismantling of the Blood of Ol as the national religion and the disbanding, or rather the order to disband the Order of the Emerald Claw, they have been on bad terms with Karnath, especially considering that Farlin is like the major hub of the faith. And like there's a lot of necromancers and clerics of the Blood of Ol in the Blood Sales fleet.
Mm.
Other things you learn about regarding the blood sales is that, like, they can be particularly cruel in the way that winter is particularly cruel. There's, like, a lot of necromancy use in there, but there's also, like, one of the things of, like, one of the rumors about them is, like, if you owe a debt to the blood sales and you are unable to pay it within your lifetime, they will take your soul and use your ghost to fill their sails with wind.
That is rather intense.
Yeah.
So it's a real Flying Dutchman situation of, like, your
The
death
debt will be paid.
used. Yeah.
Certainly did not see that technique back in Sharn.
Nope.
That is new.
Then again, Breland is... Very few places are big on necromancy in the way that Farlnen and the far north are.
Yeah, speaking of all of that, honestly, Theo might name Vaelia in a couple conversations and see if
Okay.
anyone has any information about her or knows anything about her.
Give me... I think this would be an investigation check more than a persuasion check.
Okay. Can Luca help me, or
This is either investigation or deception, and Luca can help you.
Okay.
Deception.
I'll do
Disgrace.
21.
Okay. Yeah. You learn that there is nobody among the blood sales named Vaelia, or if there is somebody, it's a different Vaelia. It's not like a wildly uncommon name among elves of the far north. So you don't find her as, like, one of the necessarily sailors there. You do, however, know that some of the blood sales have been working more with, like, whatever the remains of the Order of the Emerald Claw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we could be on the lookout for any indication of them.
It is unclear if any of them are here. There might be, like, a handful that have, like, booked passage on a ship, but it is unlikely that they will be given a long enough leash to meddle with principality business.
Right.
I will say, on a 21, you do also learn that, like, the dire sharks have been cozying up to the blood sales and to those types.
Yes, that was going to be my next question. Was anything we
What's
can?
the hot goss on the dire
Yeah,
sharks?
the dire sharks is Khorvaire. Where is Khorvaire essentially, and like what's going on?
Khorvaire is in attendance. He's not brazen enough to, like, fully invite Lyrander here, because that would be disastrous for everybody involved, but especially Khorvaire. But he's definitely making moves and has been vying to, like, make Port Verge the new regal port, basically.
Of course. Mm-hmm.
Someone's a little green.
So, there's, like, a lot of talk of, like, business deals that Khorvaire has been doing. A lot of, like, talk about, like, increasing industrialization of Port Verge.
Yeah. Okay. Also something I'd like to know, are there any particular venues that the dire sharks like to frequent?
Oh, you'll most likely find some of them in the Redwater, which is a fighting pit.
Of course.
Like, one of the big fighting pits around.
How much
but
money could I
otherwise,
make in a fighting pit here?
Depends on how much you can get people to bet on you.
This again?
Look, Daddy needs money.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, in that case,
But
I'd
it
like
also,
to know.
like, so yeah, like, the dire sharks are probably out fighting or gambling or whatever. There's, like, a bunch of places. Honestly, like, you almost get the impression that, like, there's constantly people coming in and trying to set up new venues and stalls, and the ones that you've, like, listed so far are just, like, the biggest and most established ones that got here first.
Yeah.
Right.
But hey, the convocation is going to go on for, like, a week, probably, if not longer, depending on how long it takes the princess to hash things out amongst each other.
I would
Good
like to know if
question.
there are any places that the Wind Whisperers are going to frequent just so we can avoid them.
Yeah. That,
In a similar vein to knowing where the dire sharks are.
yeah. And Thale's also going to be sending, like, avoid these locations back to Willow as we learn them.
Big X mark next to them.
Yeah. I mean, they're like, there's probably like a couple of sort of rowdier places, like the Pelican's Beak. There's probably like a place called the Icefire Vortex.
Wow.
Damn.
Dramatic. Not that I'm surprised, but
Yeah,
What
which
is
is like sort of a novelty bar slash music venue, that you think is being run by like some sort of elemental or something, or like a witch or something like that.
Ooh.
Very loud, very bustling. Definitely the kind of scene that the majority of the Wind Whisperers like. Also has like opportunities for like feats of daring and so on. You'll likely, you know what, the place you will most likely find the Wind Whisperers, out on the water, racing little sailing boats, or like windsurfing.
Okay, that's kind of cute.
they can be cute. We just have to not be
Yeah.
cute near them.
Yep.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, Willow can message back too if there's any like particulars.
Yeah, no, I think I'm fine in that front. But like the question of, are the dire sharks known to be fighty?
Yeah, they are known to be like more combative.
Mm.
I would
'Cause
say the most aggressive fleets are the Cloud Reavers and the Dire Sharks in sort of second
Right.
place.
Yeah, like typical. Raga kind of nowadays seems to run his fleet like a navy, almost like they have
Yeah.
this upstandingness. But the dire sharks, like from saying that they're going to be at the Fight Club, seems like they're kind of more of that pirate like might
Oh yeah.
kind of culture. So that's interesting. And yeah, no, just I didn't think of it. I don't really know much about the dire sharks.
Yeah, I will say that like the Culbercon's like ploys towards more like business ventures is
Mm.
Atypical for dire sharks,
Mm.
where they are usually content to be like raiders and privateers.
Mm. So he's also gunning for legitimacy.
Yeah,
Raga's just doing it better.
Ryger did it
And
first and
first.
did it better.
Yeah.
Yep. Do we have any more questions?
Yeah.
Or is
If,
Speak.
if they're done, there is like one superfluous question I have.
yeah.
No such thing.
It's, are there any performances going on that would catch Thale's eye as we're wandering about the Convocation market?
Oh, yeah, the floating market. I imagine there are a couple like outstanding ones that are like really saying like a Tharani singer doing like with dancers acting out like the whole Legend of Lazar as like this epic song.
Oh.
Think very like Bohemian Rhapsody style rock opera music performance that's going on a stage. There's other ones where it's like this like beautiful sad love song being like crooned about the sea from like a little halfling singer. Like, it's unclear if it's about like a woman or the ocean or both.
Right.
Yeah.
Luca ends up asking.
Otherwise, you also see like just like there's plenty of people like busking with like the odd musical instruments. There's like plenty of like people in bars singing shanties together. At one point, I think this catches your eye, not necessarily in a good way. There's this sort of Muppetish human man with like this like downturned mouth and wearing sort of a jester's costume who is trying to juggle in front of a crowd but like keeps dropping his items and is kind of being booed. But he's sort of like stubbornly continuing to try.
Can I throw him a coin?
Yes.
I think Theo has honestly gone through at least 1 gold, if not more, of tossing
for sure.
coins to people as we wander
Yeah,
through.
nice.
You know what? Luca will as well. I'll give
nice.
people some niceties.
Give him a clap. Like, just
Yeah.
really applaud him. Cheer him.
Yeah. They will honestly like applaud the juggler and toss him some coin into like I imagine they have a little hat or something.
Mm-hmm.
My superfluous question is, I would like to buy a little tchotchke for Willow. Don't know what,
Okay.
but I would like to find
what?
something fun and
a
unique.
tchotchke, a gigaw, a gadget.
Thingamajig.
Are you guys
You
still
know.
talking words?
Yeah.
You know, a hinkleboggle, a
Yeah.
boobledagen, a hubble.
My booblədagans are thoroughly on the down low right now. They need to stay contained. They might be unintentionally
hazard.
appealing. Yeah.
Gotta keep those boobledaggles.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Luca, you look around, and like as you are looking for somewhere to buy a trinket of some sort, an ancient goblin woman with a little like push cart piled high with just random shit approaches and says, "Looking for something like this?
Yes, I am, actually.
Make an insight check, baby."
Let's go.
Yes, I am, and it's corpses. Oh,
Yeah, 21.
This shit is almost certainly all stolen.
Well, I mean, Willow likes that kind of thing, right?
We are among pirates, Luca.
Yeah, so, like, that's okay, right?
It is with the culture.
Yeah.
What do you wanna pick out? Like, name a piece of jewelry. She's got almost anything that you could find.
Necklaces.
Okay.
A couple of pretty necklaces for Willow.
necklaces. Oh, the necklaces that you got distracted by when you were looking at Willow's knot cleavage.
No,
that
I
necklaces?
didn't.
Those necklaces?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Shush!
Okay, yeah. No, thank you.
Necklaces!
Yes. Good
Okay.
choice. Thank you.
Probably ones with
Yeah,
like pretty lots of color that match their jacket, I think, would be nice.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
find like some little sort of irregular stone bead necklaces of like little flecks of amber and turquoise and stuff like that. Very much in Willow's coverler scheme.
Yeah.
How many do you want to get? 2, 3?
Yeah, three probably. Three's a
Okay.
good number.
Okay. In which case she'll say 15 gold.
No.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm gonna use my channel divinity for this.
Really? How many?
It comes back
can
on
you
a short
exhaust?
rest, so
It does.
yeah.
Mm.
So
If you're done for the day, then sure.
yeah. Plus 5, so that's a 20.
Yeah. Alright. 10 gold.
Deal.
3 necklaces for 10 gold. It's a good deal.
Are they real jewels? God?
They look it.
Can I examine them? As I have an
Make
eye
an
for this kind
investigation
of stuff.
check.
I want it to be known.
I don't have all day.
I want it to be known that we are going jewelry shopping with Thale attached to Luca's arm.
Oh no.
So true.
That's a 3. So
They look real enough. Like, she's not handing them over to you to, like, inspect them that closely.
oh, they're pretty. I don't know if Willow will
Cares
mind
if they're
one
real
way
or
or the
not.
other. So
Yeah.
Lucas shrugs, hands over 10 gold.
Okay.
Oh my
She hands
gosh.
you the necklaces. Pleasure doing business with you. Packs up and immediately, like, scoots along. Make a perception check.
Oh no. Do you want to do one too, honey?
sure.
'Cause that's a 10.
That's a 7.
That's oh fuck.
Well, it's not that much of a perception check. You can see that, like, coming in the opposite direction of where she left, there's, like, a couple of sort of people who look like they are been stationed on guard. They're not actively looking for anybody at this current moment.
Well, I think we
But
found the
it seems
perfect
like
place
she's definitely
to shop for
she's
Willow from.
Yeah.
It's character appropriate, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's very in character.
It's thematic.
Luca quickly stuffs them into his pocket just in case.
Thale laughs as Luca like wrenches him away down the quote unquote boardwalk.
Yeah.
Question.
Any other
Did we like before? Because I was going to organize something real quick with Varys. Do you want to cut back and then cut back to you guys doing any other last stuff? Or
Sure. We
yeah.
can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in the meantime, we cut back
Hmm.
to
you guys can think of
Oh.
anything else you might want to consider.
the hold of the ephemeral chaos as you are as you are sort of tending to the ship. You've trimmed the sails, set the anchor down, and sort of doing daily maintenance of checking ropes and keeping the deck clean and all that.
I think Willard's mostly staying inside. If it's all the same to
Yeah.
Varys, they're focusing
Yeah.
on they're planning the inside stuff. They have to sort of get some spells
Mhm.
ready. And I think when Varys walks in next, they'll see Willow like sitting at the table, just like the heel tapping, like clicking. You know, the Willow's heels
Mhm.
click when they
Mhm.
walk. You hear like the
Yeah.
drumming of their
Yeah.
leg jumping.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just sitting there with like their chin on their hands, deep in thought, miles away. At all of the full book of notes that N has provided them. Dale rather. And the
Mhm.
implications perhaps. I don't know how much you guys gave back to me about the whispers.
Probably not that much, but like,
Yeah.
I
Any
imagine
questions?
we're going to have that conversation in person.
yeah.
Suspect as much.
It'll
Okay.
be easier. It was more like any questions sort of thing that
Yeah.
Thale would have been able to shoot back.
Yeah. No, that's 100% what I thought too. Okay, so what I expect. Blech. What I'm trying to say, Will is sitting there looking a bit antsy when Varys walks in. Very antsy.
Well, don't you have a bee in your bonnet?
Yes, always. Actually,
Rather a
something to
whole
do.
hive.
Yeah, so it goes. Still no honey. Willow is going to stand up and say, I could use your help with something, actually, if you was not busy.
Sure.
Willow's going to gesture for him to come downstairs. They're probably going to lock the door, close the windows. They've been staying out of sight, basically. The windows are probably already closed, actually, now that I say it. Willow's just sitting in the dark with the diffused light. Yeah, Willow's going to go behind their workshop table, lean over the workshop table and fetch some tools real quick. And they'll say, I have the spell that I mentioned earlier, but I'm not very good at designing the design of, how am I meant to say this? You know how N changes and chooses a face and then they have that face.
Yes.
My spell is a bit different. I have to input the pieces, which is why my disguised self just looks like a me, but slightly to the left. Other than making round ears, I don't really have much to work with. So what I'm trying to say is, would you mind, just a little in terms of proportions and such, lending me your likeness?
Oh, so that'll... Well, sure. Take what
Were
you
you
need.
expecting less?
No trepidation with which you prefaced everything. Somewhat, yes.
Suppose I'm on edge. Aforementioned bees in my bonnet. Okay, well, Willow's probably going to bring out, is the word I'm looking for calipers?
Yes.
Things to measure proportion. Willow's going to bring out a notebook and sort of like, basically what they're trying to do is measure out like, how wide are your ears? What's the difference between like the ratio of your forehead to the bottom of your mouth? Basically like all of the kinds of stuff that you do to get a better idea of like studying art. Willow's not an artist. But they need to input it. I've imagined that their spell is kind of like a customization screen.
Yeah.
And they have to like slightly tweak it. And if they do it badly, they look like a sort of poorly rendered version of a person. So to make it more like convincing, they're going to sort of use Varys as a base. They might quickly ask him, I guess. I imagine Varys is kind of leaned up against the bench. Because or he could sit in the chair, whatever. They'll probably just ask him quickly, you're okay with all of the plans currently unfolding? Rather,
it's better than doing nothing.
Probably while measuring out his ear, kind of trying not to look him directly in the face, they'll say, sorry for dragging you into it. Oh, maybe sorry for not telling you. And sorry for not saying sorry.
You're alright. It's a hard thing to think about, but
I don't plan to damage anything between you and Ryder.
oh, I'm well aware. It's thanks to you that there is even anything to speak of between myself and Ryger, but it's just a chafing subject to think about, but better to have them join you than become your enemy, even if your first instinct is to, let's say, lash out.
Willow nods.
And I imagine that the sooner you get done with it, the sooner we'll be able to head off to our other destinations and leave what's troubling you behind.
Willow kind of looks away, says nothing. Go back to sort of writing down proportional ratios in their book.
I'm assuming that overtures of reconciliation aren't on the table at the moment. For you. And your former captain.
Willard writes and then sort of says, my life is more than my own at the moment. If I had all the time in the world, perhaps. Besides, I don't want to impact the convocation. It's an important event. Can't have him racing out of there. Storm blazing. I have done little to assist my crew over the past few years of trouble. Least I can do is not get in the way now.
It's a very pragmatic answer.
I'm a very pragmatic person.
But is that what you actually want?
Oh, this again. Willow's gonna tap him on the head with the pencil that they're drawing with.
Mm-hmm.
Alas. Can't have everything I want.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have nothing that you want either.
I have a boat. I have a crew. You're here. That's nice.
Alright, sort of swats you away a little and gives you a look. At least talk about how you're feeling about it.
What can I say?
I don't know. I'm scared of them. I miss them. I wish I'd never done it. I never regret doing it. Anything about how you're feeling. Because so far all we've seen is a lot of jittery nerves and facts. That might suffice for those two, but...
I don't actually think it does. They're just too polite to say it.
Well, I'm not.
You, however, are a scoundrel, apparently.
I'm returning the favor. Say anything.
I feel like I'm... Willow's going to keep writing in their book while they say, I feel like I'm drowning.
Because they're close by, or?
All of it. When they're close, when they're not. All of it. I don't know. Pardon me.
No need to apologize.
And I hope the plan works. Stronger regal port means stronger alliance. Stronger alliance means everyone stays afloat.
And where do you come into the equation?
I'm going to Karnath.
And after that?
Probably Shan.
And after that?
Likely the Mournlands.
Varys gives you a look like... I'll
What kind of
set
look
that
there?
aside. It was like
Oh.
a... Really? It's like...
Yeah.
Welcome to the crew, my
He's
guy.
Yeah, he's like a... You just said, like, yeah, I'm gonna go into an active volcano, and he's like, I'm gonna put that aside for now.
Yeah. Willow says it so flippantly too.
Yeah, exactly, which is why he's
Yeah.
just like, I'm not gonna get into that. Varys has learned how to at least somewhat navigate your flippancy about truly life-threatening situations.
Yeah.
So when in your plans does making things right with your old crew come in? Because as far as I can tell, you have not reached out or explained anything since it happened.
Yeah, Willow kind of goes quiet and shakes their head. They kind of look like they've stopped talking. Like there's the talking part has shut down.
What would you want them to understand? If you could explain it to them.
Willow shakes their head and shrugs again. Again, the sort of speaking driver has shut down. They don't look like they're happy to not have an answer for Varys. They're like, don't know where to begin. Don't even know how to pass the question that you're asking. It's too much in it. Even, huh? I don't know. There's nothing there.
Yeah. Eris reaches out and pats you on the head right between your ears. Hello. You loved your crew, didn't you?
What do I do? Constitution save?
I think this would be wisdom.
Wisdom save?
Yeah.
I save. I'm fine, I think. You see a big old, nose crinkle on Willow's face, like a very hard flinch before they take a deep breath and hold it together, I believe, is my wisdom save. Or is it a fail? Am I wise enough to fail?
I think in this case, a success means that you are able to communicate.
Right. So the driver reinstalls.
At least partially.
What did Varys say?
You loved your crew, didn't you?
Willow's going to muster up enough to say, wouldn't use past tense.
And that's all the more reason to do something about it, isn't it? Or at least to think about it.
I'm
Say
thinking, trust
something
me.
about it.
Not that bit.
Seems like that's the most important bit.
One would think.
Important doesn't mean easy.
Yep.
And listen. It's difficult. But you have a loyal crew with you right now. Would happily risk their lives doing things for you that you could never manage achieving on your own. Gives you a hair tussle and then a little gentle tap on the chin to lift your head up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, cool. Willow nods, yes, they know that they have a loyal crew. They're very lucky. They're very glad. They're not saying it dismissively. Well, they kind of are. They need, yeah. I think they're going to kind of nod, take that on board, and like shake their head and then say, please stop talking. I need to measure. And
Aye,
successfully
Captain.
end the conversation.
Varys sort of does a little huff and says, "All right, Captain. I'll leave the conversation for now." Just the little edge of insubordination.
Yeah, it's really, like pokes him with the caliper.
Wait. But Varys is rattling that padlock on your heart.
I know, I feel it. With my 800 psyche locks just popped up.
Yeah.
He's like, what's this?
Yeah.
What's this? It's locked, bitch! Stop it!
No. He has the fucking multi-purpose jiggler.
That's
The
mine!
single-sided jiggler. You see this lock right
Yeah.
here? Single-sided jiggler.
Yeah.
Speaking of my loyal crew, how are they?
Yeah. How are you guys?
Well,
I think Luca
Anything
would also
else?
like to get some like uncommon tobacco for Varys, like probably
Oh, thank
something
you.
from somewhere that wouldn't be found commonly in Regalport.
Okay.
It's just dirt.
Yeah.
yeah. Before we get to... Yeah, go ahead.
Make a perception check with advantage.
I'm a big boy.
Oh,
Ooh.
22.
You find some incredibly nice smoking supplies, let's say. Not necessarily pure tobacco in there.
Some happy leaf.
I would say it's more along the veins of like a combination of that and opium.
Oh,
Real unwind time.
Wow.
chill to
Do we
the
want-
max leaf.
Helmsman
Even if you
just
really
sits
wanna-
down there just like fucked up.
I mean, he deserves it, you know.
Are we sure we don't want to find something a little less potent?
Yeah, just like Varys. I think that's all the more reason to get it.
You can also find like a variety of like flavored tobaccos, stuff that smells like either grape or like nice fruit, things
I'll
like
get
that.
one of each. A flavored and a fucked up.
A flavored and a very powerful, and a put you to sleep for a week kind of.
Yeah. He can mix them together so he gets a flavored relaxation experience.
The relaxation experience has its own flavor.
Oh, of course.
That's
I don't
gonna
know
be the
how much I
day
owe
that
you.
Varys gets kidnapped.
Oh, yeah.
Dane Varys gets high and kidnapped. Well, it has medicinal purposes.
Oh,
Yeah.
bro, sometimes you just need to, like, pass out for a week to
When-
reset your
when
emotional
Varys
state.
inevitably gets in a fight and gets like a gash opened on his thigh, he can just sit and smoke this.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think you've ever smoked before, man.
No, that's how he's gonna be doing it because he's also. I just imagine him on his back looking really miserable and just like with the pipe hanging out the side of his mouth like a drip.
This is bad.
This is stupid.
Anyway, spend like 5 gold for like little taster portions. This is not like a big supply thing. This is for
For
a
a treat.
special occasion.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And a little goes a long way.
What did
Uh,
Dale want?
Dale?
Yeah, well, it's kind of twofold. We do want to get some food to bring back to Willow and Varys.
Yeah.
But before that, Thale is feeling invigorated now after spending a
Ooh.
day going out stretching his legs, talking with people. I think he wants to see if there's any place he can take Luca to dance to finish off the evening.
Boys.
Ooh.
I think I will put my steed in line for that one place that was going to have like an hour wait.
Put a little pouch with money on it.
Yeah, you know those videos of the guys with the RC cars who put like a note and a pouch of money? I'm doing that
You're
with my
sending your
steed.
dog shopping.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Have your steed make a persuasion check.
Oh, come on, baby. I believe in you. Oh, where's her character sheet? There it is. Persuasion. That's charisma, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, God. That's not good.
Hey!
15!
Hey.
Oh my gosh.
Your steed successfully manages to buy, pay for, and bring back a little
What?
takeaway bag of kebabs.
Hell yeah.
Maybe I can
I'm
leave it
just
at a
coming
drop
up with-
location and we'll pick it up later.
Yeah, I was going to
Because
say.
we don't want the
'cause I
steed.
don't- Yeah.
No, just like Meraldine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dead drop for your packed lunch.
Yes.
Yep.
Your Uber Eats is here. No contact delivery.
And the photo is just a clumsy close-up of the steed.
It's just an elk on the security camera that's holding like a shopping bag in its mouth.
Yeah. With glowing eyes.
Yeah.
Looking directly at the camera.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of my steed.
Done pretty good today, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, Thale, you were looking for a place to dance?
Yep.
Sure song.
Well then,
Oh.
we can go scout out the place personally then.
Yeah.
That's where I was thinking of going.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Dale's gonna
Perfect.
take Luca there.
It's this really nice, like, bar and lounge. Like, the walls have been padded so that they're a little soundproof from the outside, but with, like, these drapes hung over them, so it looks really, like, nice and cozy in here.
Ooh.
There's sort of, like, I think at the moment there's, a little, goblin playing like downbeat piano with a hobgoblin on the drums and like a shifter woman in like this like long flowing blue gown sort of singing a nice little waltz number.
Oh.
That's like it's got enough of a beat that you can kind of dance to it, or it's like it's more of a slow, relaxed dance.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm no stranger to a slow waltz.
One of the things that you have remembered to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Theo will do a little bow and offer his hand. Oh, may I have this dance?
Is leading. Luca whispers to Thale.
Are you familiar?
Yeah, Luca only knows how to lead on account of Toll,
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
and also
Unfortunately.
wherever he learned it,
Yeah, Theo
which Luca does not know.
was not aware Luca remembered that, but yeah, Theo is happy to let Luca lead in that case.
It's kind of like the way Luca remembers how to fight. It is,
But less death. Hopefully.
yeah, yes.
Yeah, can I tell?
It is a mechanical thing.
Yeah, can I tell when I'm dancing with him that he's been trained? Kind of like his fighting? Like, does he dance in the way of someone who has been taught?
Yeah. I think that becomes very quickly clear that like Luca has had it at some point in his past, clearly some formal dance lessons in like ballroom dance. Both of you make a performance check. You can use either dexterity or charisma.
Oops. My bad.
Just
Can I
straight
roll
though.
again? Or are you just gonna take it?
I'll let you have advantage.
Did I-
Sure.
Because you have like practiced.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just do straight?
Yeah.
18.
Nice.
You cut a very fine figure, both of you, on the dance floor.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think.
As the song comes to an end, like as your the first song comes to an end, Luca, you give Thea a little twirl and dip, and come back up nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Probably nothing.
Yeah, truly. Theo chortles a bit, and up close, Luca could definitely tell. Like, Theo closes his eyes sometimes as we're dancing because Luca is leading him so well. He doesn't really need to watch where they're going or what they're doing, and
Yeah.
you can tell he's just kind of soaking in the experience of dancing with Luca, of being here, of being alive, and experiencing this
Yeah.
nice little moment with Luca.
Not so stressed anymore?
A little less. It's been thrilling and terrifying, but among good company, it's a little easier to bear.
A little less every time. That's all we can hope for.
Indeed. Thank you for accompanying me and my clinginess.
It was my pleasure to act the part of your husband today, I suppose.
Certainly.
I hope I was a good actor for you.
You certainly present yourself well.
Likewise.
Thank you. I am a smidgen out of practice, but
Impossible to tell, really.
Phil bows his head a bit in thanks. I see you have some formal training.
It seems like that. I don't know where it came from, but it's there.
I would fathom it was perhaps either something you were taught in whatever school you attended, or perhaps it is a sign of your general upbringing. I was never professionally trained.
Just unprofessionally.
Somewhere in the middle. I was taught during my employment. I
Luca
believe
tilts his head slightly.
a certain individual took pity on me and taught me the proper way to dance. It was not exactly something within N's skill set prior, but we certainly brushed up on that, and now I am here.
Now make an insight check.
Go for it.
Good. Ooh, 18?
I'm just gonna do a little roll just to see. I don't think Dale's not really hiding something at this point.
Motherfucker!
Yeah, Dale is reminiscing about something that he has fond memories of.
Good. That's all I can ask for. Well, I hope whoever taught you was a little better than I was for the moment, but we can always practice together. Catch up.
I don't believe he had formal training either. But we may
Then we're on
do.
an even playing field.
Well, I certainly welcome more practice.
I'm glad you're out.
So am I. It is not always comfortable, but the alternative was far more uncomfortable.
Discomfort is a sign of being alive, I think.
I would tend to agree. And do try to go easy on N. They are allowing me a great deal of freedom in exchange for the years with which they didn't.
Impossible to think of what to say to something like that. You all question. Luca makes a face like he's not sure. Have been through a lot, so I think whatever response is understandable, even if it is difficult, as long as you're trying for yourself, I guess.
Yes.
Still not entirely sure how changelings deal with the idea of the self, but
Well, it varies from individual to individual, in addition to N being unique. So you are forgiven if you struggle to parse exactly what it all means.
that. And I'm a little bit silly.
It adds to your charm,
This-
Luca.
Oh, I'm charming, am I?
Well, I think we made that quite evident with how we worked the market today.
Luca pulls such a face. I always think we got more information than I would have liked.
Oh, unfortunately, that is part of the business.
I don't think I'm cut out to be a spy.
You are quite, predominant in most locations, so.
Luca looks down at himself like, do you mean I have big boobs?
Theo absolutely,
I mean,
like,
you're just big.
pat your shoulder.
everywhere.
Yeah. You are a sizable man.
You're just large.
I'm a big boy.
But we do have plenty of information to share.
And a little gift to hopefully ease any blow.
A little bit of sugar to go with the medicine, as they say.
Luca nods.
Yes, we should enjoy ourselves tonight. Tomorrow, the real work begins.
But until then, and he's going to like pick Thale up and spin.
Yep. This little laugh startles out of him.
You weigh less than N. How is that possible?
Now that you do have me stumped on.
It's also not true.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's more like Thale isn't resisting being picked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theo is like
It
an
makes him
angry
so heavy.
cat trying to wiggle out of your arms and scratch you.
Thank you for letting me accompany you. I'm honored.
The feeling is mutual.
And I think the song comes to an end, and you guys sort of step back and bow to each other. And there's a little smattering of applause,
Oh.
both for the singers and for you.
Oh.
Yeah. They all kind of
You did well.
startles at first, realizing they were being watched. Looks at Luca at first, and I think Luca sees kind of a moment of panic almost flash on Phil's face. Like, oh, I was being watched, this is touching a nerve, but then like looking at Luca and remembering the whole day they've been through, it kind of calms him down. But Luca sees that flash in his eye. He's still nervous, but once he calms down, he offers a bit of a bow.
Luca kind of holds his hand and, kind of presents him as the one who is the most important in this moment. That kind of thing.
Thale is going to encourage one of Luca's other's arms up, like the arm that is not holding on to his, and then he's going to extend his free arm and like stage bow.
Oh, okay. Cute.
Yeah.
Little round of applause.
Yeah.
You are able to escape the dance floor if you would like.
Yes.
Steal
As the
away
next
into
song
the
picks
night.
Yes.
The other way to
Before
get my food.
before somebody else picks up.
Yeah.
Your elk delivery.
For the comedy of
Yeah.
it, I'm imagining the elk like standing on its hind legs and hanging it up somewhere really high and then just walking away so that Thale has to get on Luca's shoulders to grab the bag.
Oh my god! Please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Yep. Yep, that's what happens.
Oh, this is undignified.
I think it's unique. It's impressive.
This is more end
Do you
speed
guys
than
roll for
mine.
Make an acrobatics check
Oh,
Yes.
to keep your balance.
From my understanding, you and Anne are both one and the same, so really, it's your wheelhouse as well. Oh my goodness.
It's good enough.
Good enough.
There's a little bit of
Wobble.
a teetering moment because you are the whole thing that you are on is floating. There is
Yeah.
like while there's not a very strong current, there is still like the wobble of like, this is not stable ground. But you manage to get it without any major incidents, and you are able to return to Willow.
I will say, I imagine for a good portion of after the conversation with Varys, Willow was like lying on the couch, kind of writing out, sort of drawing out the impression of a face that they might use.
Mhm.
And then like after that, I do think for a good portion, they are just lying there, sort of staring at the ceiling, sort of going back through all of their so many thoughts.
Yeah, and before we arrive back at Willow 2, I just want to say Thale will be keeping an eye out to see if anyone is following us.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely.
Also, I hope you scoped out the place because that's actually where I wanted to take Meroling.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
While we're there, we would have scoped it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. Now that you guys are local celebrities, then maybe that's not a smart idea. But like, you know,
Well, or maybe it is.
maybe it's even better. You again, Dancy boy. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Don't mind me, I'm lost in thought downstairs.
We brought food
Return.
and gifts. And that's how Luca announces himself.
No more thoughts for me.
Mhm.
Luca has entered the building and the thoughts have left.
Yeah.
Also, Hungy.
Yeah, hungry. Nervous because you guys are gonna bring intel. But hungry. It's okay.
So, you eat the delicious grilled skewers. They're like marinated in like lemons and herb and stuff. Very good stuff.
Thale is doing a retelling of like all the good stuff, leaving the other stuff aside for now, but like all the stuff he saw.
Mm-hmm.
Excited
Mhm.
retelling of it all.
Oh, I'm sure you're so good at saying too. You know, like Willow's kind of like, and there was a boat and it was big, and there was another boat and it was very big as well. But I feel like Thale's got like the storytelling thing going
Thale is
on.
gesticulating and describing.
It's like I was there.
Probably
Yeah,
it's
using
kind of-
his minor illusion too to illustrate some
Oh.
things.
Nerd, I love him.
That's so cute. That's so good. Willow's genuinely like, you see little Willow and Fish Dog in equal like,
Fish Dog's not out anymore.
oh, Fish
You've got
Dog's
Party
powered
Pop.
down. No wonder I'm so lonely. Anyway, yeah, if Fish Dog were here, he'd be like so chuffed with that.
Yeah.
But like, yeah,
You can tell Thale is just radiating with the light after his day out.
Aww.
oh, that's so cute and good. How encouraging. My lovely crew, my loyal crew,
Oh.
both, all of the above, and it's nice to see him happy.
Yeah.
Weird, actually, to briefly lose track of Thale's end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aw.
I'm gonna do a sneaky insight check just to check on Willow. How they doing?
I'm gonna check on you guys. Make sure you're all good.
Oh, damn, that's only an 8.
Wow.
Yeah,
Willow, I
one.
don't think you can look at them, or like, I don't think you have the wherewithal to be able to tell how they're feeling beyond what their surface presented, because you are still thinking about your other crew.
Mm.
Yeah,
So,
thanks.
dinner has had. Varys makes a point of bringing out something alcoholic to
Ah.
smooth the following information.
Oh, speaking of alcohol, and Luca pulls out just a bag of a weed.
It's a bag of flavored tobacco.
Bag of tobacco. This is for you.
Did you say that in French?
Yeah. I said it in the TikTok slang.
Oh man.
So we
But
don't get
it's not
banned.
even that. Luca's like,
No,
I
it's
brought
not.
weed. And Varys is like, that's not weed.
That is just tobacco.
Good effort.
This is for our
It's
loyal
up.
helmsman.
Oh, thank you. Well, if I ever have a night off, I'll have something nice to spend it with.
Outside.
Of course.
By a window, at the very least.
No, outside.
But the air from the outside that comes inside.
Not if you stand downwind.
I
And
make
you
my
have
own
wind. Yeah, so you can tell it to leave us. Perfect.
On that
You're
note,
in,
I
yeah.
think I will go smoke.
Enjoy.
Oh, Willow's like, cool, leave me with this intel that's about to be dropped. Uh-huh.
So,
Yep.
Dale and Luca, what do you relay?
Well, Vale would be inclined to relay all of it.
Pretty much,
Great.
yeah, unfortunately.
Everything they learned, I don't think he'd leave anything out. There's nothing in particular
Yeah.
that seems like it'd be beneficial to leave out. I mean, some of it is like
Yeah.
grading information, but it's not
Yeah.
anything that needs to be
Willow,
omitted.
make either an investigation check or an insight check via the information that you gain.
Got it. Okay. I'm okay to do. Yep, I'm cool.
I will say that you get advantage on the insight check if you choose to use it.
Yeah. I think I'm in the spirit of thinking. I'm going to insight without even meaning to. I will say too, the kind of hee of our conversations has dwindled into really just kind of like flatly, blankly accepting all of this information. Cool, I got an 18.
Okay. So that those few bad years that they mention, that will most likely be the first thing that you pick out. Same year that the Kraken Slayer is now downed and not in a state of repair. Emma is still alive. You don't really know about the rest of the crew. She's gone back to being first mate under Coulton. You can line up sort of the details of around when that happened.
Yeah.
It must have been a really bad year. I won't tell you how you feel about that, but they consolidated themselves and seem to have successfully pulled themselves out of the sort of mess that must have happened to cause such a, let's say, severe crisis.
So I do believe Willow already highly suspected that Emma had gone back to being his first mate.
Yes.
They had this. I've been asking for a while about the fate of the Kraken Slayer because I've suspected since receiving the captain's log
Yeah.
from Skystreak that the Kraken Slayer didn't make it out of that altercation.
Yeah.
So this is all confirmation of stuff Willow knows.
Yes.
And it's just placing it in space. It obviously, the main thing that stands out and stings is that it was a rough year. That's confirmation of that's confirmation of a thought that has been in passing, but wouldn't be like a fact.
Yeah.
It would be like a guess. And yep,
Yes.
it's correct.
But-
So,
Yes, this is correct. You find out that but Brightwind is still the prince of the Wind Whisperers. They are still his fleet. They still have the Storm Chaser. They have not gone to war with Lyrander openly. Any Lyrander ships that come in sort of striking distance of Orthos are obviously under severe peril. But they already knew that information.
I think after we relay pretty much all of the that's what I'm about to get to. All of the Wind Whisper information, Vale is going to move on. Chat around about the dire sharks and the blood sails and relay all of that information as well.
Mhm.
And also talk about how we scoped out that one venue.
Mhm.
That we may have made a bit of a scene. Positive.
Yeah, Willow. I feel like Willow kind of drifts in and out of conversation a little. They will probably ping back to you guys talking about the Shore Song Bar. They will mention that is the place that they were intending to take Meraldine. Like, what does it look like? What's it like?
Yeah, Vale will start to draw out a little floor plan from what he saw while he was in there.
Luca will contribute as well because he's pretty good at setting up floor plans.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep, that's good.
Well then, that is perhaps all the prep we can do before tomorrow's meeting.
Yep. Yeah, you guys can run through this. I think this is what I'll be sending Meraldine in the morning. Feel free to let me know if it's, I don't know, if it can be improved in any way. Morning captain will meet at Shore Song Bar, 11 a.m. We can change the time. It's just a standard. A condition: Tarek must attend our appointment. Don't worry, it's only business. Much to discuss.
Luca nods.
Something like that.
It certainly gets the point across. I can think of no immediate adjustments.
Sure. Well, then I guess it's a successful day.
You do know that the Shore Song will likely not be open before 5.
Yeah, of course it's a bar. 11 a.m. was literally just a stand-in time, so whatever time. We'll just say that's X a.m. or X p.m. rather.
Mm-hmm.
At the
It seems
earliest
like the best place
opportunity,
to do it.
essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, no, makes sense.
Okay.
I think Willow's got the impression of like they are tired. All of the conversations today have been tiring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you both. I hope you had fun as well outside of doing all of this.
Vale nods and bows his head a bit. I appreciate the
Sorry you had to,
opportunity.
opportunity with. Yeah, sure. And sorry you had to listen to. Apologies for the awkward conversations, but thank you for weathering them anyway.
Vale waves it off. I've heard worse.
I've done worse, though. Shrugs. Oh, speaking of, guess what I did?
Will it gives shrugs, but
Stole something. Kind of.
Oh, good.
I bought a stolen thing.
that's not stealing at all. That's the opposite of stealing.
It's kind of stealing because I knew it was
Sure,
stolen.
yes.
So
Good boy stealing.
anyway, yeah. These are for you.
Oh. Thank you.
Willow,
That's
make
nice.
an investigation check.
Okay. I'm gonna find out it's like a candy necklace.
Yeah. That'll be my luck.
Investigation check. 21.
Okay.
You gotta
One of
find out
these
they're actually.
necklaces seems really familiar.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Are you
Like,
Hey, What do you mean by that?
Like, you think actually at one point maybe you bought this necklace years ago,
Oh my god.
and through some fucked up twist of fate, it has found its way back to your hands.
Oh my god. You see, Willow looks at it and goes, "Oh, I like this. I really like this, actually." And that, like, in the their face, they turn it over, and then like, how do I even describe the reaction? The polite smile turns into like a flinch of a frown and a squint as they inspect it a little closer. Huh.
Yeah.
They're gonna check
Is it
like the latch. I think they might remember. Like, so this investigation check goes into me confirming. Do I know this?
Yeah.
Can I find anything in it? Stray hair, smell.
I think on an investigation check, letting that ride forward, it has changed hands several times and
Okay.
been cleaned.
Okay.
But it's definitely the one that it's definitely the one and the fucking same, because you find like one of the beads has like a particular scratch on it that always bugged you. You'd like tried to
Right.
buff it out.
I think Willow gives a little disbelieving laugh that you can't place the sound of, Luca.
Oh no.
Willow's going to ask you, where'd you say you stole this from?
Was it a goblin woman?
Yeah, it was
Or-
some ancient old goblin woman who had like a bunch of like fenced tchotchkes and trinkets.
Yeah, this little old goblin lady. She had a cart of things.
She was very eager to move on after we made our purchase.
Is it bad? Is it fake?
Are we being tracked?
Is it a listening device?
No.
Willow's just pausing a moment. Willow will say, no, it's a very lovely necklace.
You look angry.
I have a bit of a headache. Sorry, it's been a bit of a long day. Thank you for the gift. Trust. I like it.
Okay.
I might turn in. If that's okay. Sorry to be a buzzkill.
Yeah.
It's been
Go.
a long day. Please get your rest. We have a longer day yet tomorrow.
I think instead, Willow kind of shakes her head. I might get some air. And they're going to, for the first time today, just march directly out of the boat onto the open deck wherever Varys isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully away from the window as well. I'm imagining maybe the stern of the ship.
Mhm.
They,
they can put
fucking
it-
heart of the ocean it. I'm gonna.
Let a brother speak. What does the convocation look like at night?
Floating carnival of dazzling lights, some torches lit, some magical glows, bustling and distantly loud like standing on the edge of a carnival.
I think Willow is looking at it almost. They look like they held their face together when Luca was watching them, but the smile turns into like a sneer, and they like grip it in their hands like they're about to hurl it into the sea. They aren't going to. I think instead they have this like that full-bodied energy of like, fuck this. What the fuck is this? You know? Like, the fates are fucking with me. After I've been so fucking nice to them, actually, Willow has that, like, full festering anger, and I feel like they're like, there is a strange moment. Where's the Storm Chaser? Is it visible?
Yeah.
I feel like there's a moment where, like, Willow's full of so much. It's not even anger. It's a little bit anger. It is profound sadness, but it's coming out as anger right now. And I think they pull out their crossbow and they just fix it on the Storm Chaser. Like, they don't know what they're going to do. They want to cast maybe shatter, maybe pyrotechnics, something. They just want something to, like, release the sudden swell of fuck this that has just, like, overwhelmed them. Oh. They literally don't know what to do with it. I don't know if they have to roll something to see if they just kind of, like, don't.
Yeah, make a wisdom saving throw. I think you start crying.
Oh, yeah, that tracks. I was gonna pull the crossbow down like it weighs a fucking ton, and just lean over the edge and have a proper cry.
You hold the necklace in your hand and you realize this is the closest you've been to your old life in half a decade.
And I'm still stuck on the fucking boat. Yeah, Lily's probably just gonna, like, I imagine them kind of
fifth
just
of your
curled up
life.
against the side of the boat. Yeah.
And on that image, we'll end today's episode.